Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting for April 26, 2021. I just wanted to welcome everybody. We are meeting virtually and hope everyone is doing well. I would like to call the meeting to order and ask for an adoption of the agenda.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, moved by Councillor Roth for an adoption of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions from council in regards to the agenda? Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick recognition statement under councillor statements.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. Recognition statement under, I'm going to put that under 8A. Okay, Councillor Acker, 8A. Okay, thank you very much. Anything else from council? Seeing nothing. Administration, Mr. Skrepnik, any changes or additions in regards to the agenda that's before us?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening. We have a couple of additional items that we would like to bring forward. So we would like to recommend that we move item 11A, which is the 2020 audited consolidated financial statements, ahead on the agenda to the delegations portion of the meeting, which would then make it item 6A.
Okay, that looks good. Okay, I'll do that.
And Mr. Mayor, the other item tonight would be in addition to our closed session regarding the Meridian Housing Foundation.
Okay.
And this would be in closed session under section 16 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And we would like that added as item 13.B.
Meridian under closed session. Anything else, Mr. Skrepnik?
That's all tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councillor Roth, friendly amendments?
Friendly amendments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing nothing further, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried unanimously for the adoption of the agenda. Okay, we're going to be moving forward into our public hearings. We are going to do something else before we do that. We're going to go to our consent agenda item on our council meeting. But just before I do ask for motion, are there any items on the consent agenda that anybody would like to see removed from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, could I get a motion, please, for item 2A? Councillor Stevenson.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that the recommendations contained in the following reports be approved. Item 3A, April 12th, 2021 regular council meeting minutes and April 19th, 2021 committee of the whole meeting minutes. Item 10C, C-1148-21 land use bylaw amendment redistricting Tonewood Stage 8 first reading. Item 10H, C-1158-21 property tax and supplementary property tax rate bylaw, first reading. And item 12A, various boards and committee meeting minutes. And I apologize for the dual chatting there from my dog.
That's okay. He was just giving you a little support. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson, for the motion. I'll accept that motion. Any questions or comments in regards to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion for the consent agenda. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Moving forward, we have some public hearings this evening. Okay, and I'm going to ask Councillor Acker if you would please read the public hearing opening statement before I open the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Public hearings are convened in accordance with the Municipal Government Act of Alberta and have two purposes. The first is to provide stakeholders and community members with an opportunity to make submissions to council about the proposed bylaw. The second is to allow council to gather pertinent information on the proposed bylaw prior to making a decision. This is the public's last opportunity to comment on a proposed bylaw, as council is unable to receive further submissions after a public hearing is closed.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing on bylaw C 1147-21. It's a land use bylaw amendment under Greenberry Stage 11A. If I could please ask the city clerk if she could please read review the hearing procedures for everybody in attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this public hearing is being held virtually in accordance with the meeting procedures COVID-19 suppression regulation and City Bylaw C-1120-20 virtual procedures COVID-19 suppression bylaw. Those interested in making a submission during the hearing may do so by sending an email to cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. Email submissions will be accepted until the close of the hearing. Those requesting to make a verbal statement were required to register by noon today. The process for the hearing is as follows. Administration will make the presentation first. Council will then hear from those who have pre-registered to speak. The city clerk will then read into the record any written submissions received by email. If deemed necessary, the hearing will temporarily adjourn to allow council to review material. Council will then be given the opportunity to ask clarifying questions of administration, and the city clerk will then read into the record any additional written statements received by email. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Gray. I'm going to go now to Mr. Toll, who is our presenter this evening, and ask you to please make your presentation in regards to this public hearing.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. I do have a presentation, so I will start sharing my screen.
Please do.
Are we looking at the title page, Greenberry C-114721?
We are.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the confirmation. This is a redistricting application. Greenberry Stage 11A. The location is in the northeast portion of the city. Right up here, if you see my mouse on the inset map, it's at the northern extent of Garneau Gate. We're talking about a small portion of land that is being, the intended land use is for semi-detached residential. The proposed amendment is changing the area from GPL, Greenberry Planned Lot Residential, to R1, Mixed Low to Medium Density Residential. The Pioneer Lands Area Structure Plan governs or provides guidance for future land use in the area. And this map is the land use concept map for the area. As you can see, it identifies the subject land for mixed low to medium density residential. Both the approved GPL district and the proposed R1 district provide for low to medium density residential development, both in compliance with the area structure plan. So the proposed amendment is for a 0.2 hectare area of Lot 2, Block A, Plan 1324055 to be amended from GPL Greenberry Planned Lot District to R1 Mixed Low to Medium Density Residential District. The reason that the applicant is looking for the change in the district is that the primary difference between the GPL and the R1 district is that the GPL district has provisions for zero lot line product. And for these lands in question, the developer does not intend to use the zero lot line product and wishes to have the greater flexibility in the building garage footprint that is available within the R1 district. And I think with that, I will end my presentation. It is very brief, but if there are any questions, I will try and answer them.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Toll, for that explanation on this public hearing. Before we proceed, I just want to remind the public that they can make a submission during the hearing by sending an email to our city clerk at cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. That again is cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. So to the city clerk, do we have anyone from the public registered to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have not received any registrations. However, I will share that representatives from Select Engineering and Melcor are present to answer any questions council may have.
Okay, great. In regards to this public hearing, have we received any other written submissions in regards to this public hearing?
Mr. Mayor, we have not received any written submissions, and we just checked our email inbox and we have not received any emails related to this public hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. And just before I go any further, I'm going to prompt the members of the public again listening to the if they have any submissions regarding this matter, to please send those submissions by email to our city clerk at sprucegrove.org. So with that, let's go to our city council and ask if there's any questions for clarification from council. Okay, don't see any questions for clarification. And then I'll go to the clerk for the third time this evening if there any additional submissions have been received by email.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have seen no emails being sent in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Toll. Very much appreciated. And with that, I will close the public hearing on bylaw C 1147-21. Public hearing is closed. Okay, moving forward, I'm going to move forward to open another public hearing. I'd like to open the public hearing under the item 4B, which is C 1149-21. It's a land use bylaw amendment, Tonewood, Stage 9. Okay. And I will ask the city clerk again to review the hearing procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, this public hearing is being held in virtually in accordance with the meeting procedures COVID-19 suppression regulation and city bylaw C-112020 virtual procedures COVID-19 suppression bylaw. Those interested in making a submission during the hearing may do so by sending an email to cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. Email submissions will be accepted until the close of the hearing. Those requesting to make a verbal submission were required to register by noon today. The process for the hearing will be as follows. Administration will make a presentation first. Council will then hear from those who have pre-registered to speak. The city clerk will then read into the record any written submissions received by email. If deemed necessary, the hearing will temporarily adjourn to allow council to review the material. Council will then be given the opportunity to ask clarifying questions of administration, and the city clerk will then read into the record any additional written submissions received by email. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Gray. Okay, Mr. Toll, I see you're on the docket again for this presentation, so go ahead and provide your presentation in regards to this public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I will share my screen. So this is the public hearing for bylaw C-1149-21 Tonewood Stage 9. The location of Tonewood Stage 9 is in the east area of the city. It is southeast of the Grove Drive and Tonewood Boulevard intersection in the developing neighborhood of Tonewood. The intended land use is low density residential and a stormwater management facility. The redistricting is from urban reserve to R1 mixed low to medium density residential and P1 parks and recreation. The East Pioneer Area Structure Plan is the bylaw that governs or provides guidance for future land use in the area. This is an excerpt from the land use concept map. It identifies the subject land, this portion, as mixed low to medium density residential, and then this area as stormwater management. So the proposed amendment is to amend an area of 4.3 hectares located within Lot 5, Block 1, Plan 1723540 from UR, the Urban Reserve District, to R1, Mixed Low to Medium Density Residential District, and P1, Parks and Recreation District. And I will note that the P1 district is for the stormwater management facility. The amendment is supported by administration. And with that, I will end my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Toll, for the presentation. And I just want to remind the public that they can make submissions during the public hearing by sending an email to our city clerk at sprucegrove.org if you'd like to make any comments. So I'm going to go to our city clerk, Mrs. Gray. Has anybody registered to speak to this public hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No one has registered to speak for this public hearing. However, representatives from Select Engineering and Melcor are present to answer any questions council may have.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Second question I have for you. Have there been any written submissions at all in regards to this public hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have received no written submissions regarding this public hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, just before I go to council, I just want to remind the public that they can, that are listening in, to email any submissions or questions on the matter to our city clerk at sprucegrove.org. And to the city clerk, during this public hearing, have we received any further emails?
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We just checked our email inbox and we have not received any emails.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll open it up to my colleagues on city council and ask if they have any questions for clarifications in regards to this public hearing for Tonewood. Okay, seeing none. So the third and final time this evening, any additional submissions received by email to the city clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, we have not received any submissions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, I will close the public hearing on C1149-21. Public hearing is now closed. Thank you. Another public hearing I'm going to open kind of speaks a little bit to the vibrancy in our city for new developments, which is exciting. So I'm going to open up the public hearing on bylaw C 1151-21. It's a land use bylaw amendment, and it's under McLaughlin, stage 9. So I'm going to go back to our city clerk and ask if she would please review the hearing procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this public hearing is being held virtually in accordance with the meeting procedures COVID-19 suppression regulation and city bylaw C-112020, virtual procedures COVID-19 suppression bylaw. Those interested in making a submission during the hearing may do so by sending an email to cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. Email submissions will be accepted until the close of the hearing. Those requesting to make a verbal submission were required to register by noon today. The process for the hearing will be as follows. Administration will make a presentation first. Council will then hear from those who have pre-registered to speak. The city clerk will then read into the record any written submissions received by email. If deemed necessary, the hearing will temporarily adjourn to allow council to review the material, and council will be given the opportunity to ask clarifying questions of administration. The city clerk will finally read into the record any additional written submissions received by email. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Gray. You're getting good at that. I think you're not even reading the notes anymore. I think you know it by heart now. Okay, thank you very much for that. And So I'm going to go to Mr. Toll. Mr. Toll, on the McLaughlin Stage 6, please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will share my screen once again. Okay, so this is the public hearing for bylaw C-1151-21 McLaughlin Stage 6. The last two amendments or bylaws were in the east end of the city. We now go to the central west portion of the city. Right around here, if you can see my cursor on the inset map. The amendment is for an extension of Meadowlink Common in the McLaughlin neighborhood. So this is Meadowlink Common, and this is the area that we're talking about. The Heritage Estates Area Structure Plan is the bylaw providing guidance on future land use in this area. The land use concept map, which this is an excerpt from, identifies the subject land for mixed low to medium density residential. The proposed development is in general compliance with the area structure plan. So the proposed amendment is for a 2-hectare portion of land within the northwest of 45327 west of the 4th. The amendment is to change the land use districting from UR Urban Reserve to R1 Mixed Low to Medium Density Residential District and P1 Parks and Recreation District. And this P1 portion along the east of the redistricting area has been added. Council will probably have noticed in the area structure plan land use drawing that it identifies this portion as part of the medium to low density residential. This piece has been added as a transition from the proposed residential development to the existing natural feature to the east of the property. Administration feels that the amendment is in general compliance with the area structure plan and can proceed as proposed. And with that, administration is in support of this redistricting, and I will end my presentation and ask if there are any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Toll, for the presentation. And at this time, I'd like to remind the public that they can make submissions during the hearing by sending an email to our city clerk at sprucegrove.org. And at this time, I'll ask our city clerk if anybody's been registered to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have not received any registrations to speak to this public hearing this evening. However, once again, representatives from Melcor and Select Engineering are present to answer any questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Further to that, have we received any written submissions at all from the public in regards to this public hearing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have not received any written submissions, nor have we received any emails on this matter.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to again ask the public if they listening in to email in any submissions or questions on this matter to our city clerk at sprucegrove.org. Okay, I'm going to go to council now and ask if council has any questions for administration. Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Toll. I'm just wondering, I'm curious about that narrow strip of UR to P1. You described it as a transition to the natural area. Could you tell us a little bit more about why that's necessary?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Roth. There is a bit of a grade difference between the proposed residential development and the natural area to the east. The initial plan was to have, I think it was a public utility lot along the backs of the lots. But in discussions between administration and the developer, it was kind of decided that instead of identifying it as a PUL, it might be more appropriate to identify it as a sort of a buffer or linear park, and it could accommodate the purposes that were needed. I believe there's some overland drainage that might go from the backs of the lots, and that is the reason for the transition and the grading. And also there is a tree stand there that the developer did not want to interfere with.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, supplementary question to Councillor Roth's question. Is it going to be, you said it's going to be a linear trail or linear park sort of a thing. So will there be a trail constructed? And if so, is that at the cost of the developer?
Mr. Mayor, good question. No, it's not intended to have a trail through it. It's just going to be sort of an add-on or a buffer to the natural area. So no, the intent is not to have a paved trail through that section. There is an existing paved trail along the north of the proposed subdivision, or sorry, the proposed redistricting area, and it goes into the I can't remember the name of the natural area. Yes, it goes
Heritage Grove Forest, yeah.
Yeah, and it goes right into the paved trail feature in there. So there is not an additional trail in this proposed park area.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And speaking of that trail to the north of this development, is there any consideration, because I've been on that trail and it's very popular, people coming out of the forested area, making their way to the Tri-Leisure Center or other places. Is there a plan or is there a requirement for some consistency in the fencing along those trails? They become a very active transit corridor for people that are walking around their bikes. And as we're building up to these, because it's a beautiful trail now, is there enough setback between the development and the trail? And is there considerations in this for any, standard fencing along that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe that the standard practice is there is uniform fencing on the rear property lines. If I'm wrong, maybe Mr. Lavaseur can correct me, but I believe that is the standard approach that is now practiced by the engineering department when they're reviewing the drawings.
Mr. Lavaseur, go ahead. Yes, he's saying thumbs up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to agree with Mr. Toll. Thanks.
And so this is PJ Pescott from Melcor. I can help answer as well. We typically do, sorry, I'm just getting this figured out here. From Melcor's standpoint, within our lands, we typically build the back of lot fencing. It's all consistent. And then our architectural guidelines try to ensure that the homeowner also installs consistent fencing. So that fence borders our land, but there is a developer, I believe, to the north of us. But when it's bordering our property, we typically install consistent fencing for all back of lots.
Okay, thank you very much. So on that particular one, is it chain link or is it going to be a wood style fencing standard with our developments? That's the PJ.
I think I'm not 100% sure. I'm trying to think if it is currently chain link or wood screen. Typically along a walking path, we do chain link, but I think that one might be wood screen. I'm not 100% sure, but I can get back to you on that one.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, hope that answers your question, Councillor Acker. Yeah. Any other questions or comments from council? Okay, for the third and final time this evening, do we have asking our city clerk if we've had any additional submissions received by email?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just received confirmation that we have not received any further submissions.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So with that, I will close the public hearing on bylaw C 1151-21 and declare this public hearing closed. Okay, thank you very much. And no council presentations this evening, but we're going to go on to 6A, which is the audited statement from our consolidated financial statements. And I'm going to open it up by asking one of my colleagues on council if they could go to business item 11A on the agenda and make a motion to get this thing rolling. Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move that the audited consolidated financial statements of the City of Spruce Grove for the year ended December 31st, 2020 be approved as presented.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Oldham. I'll accept that motion. And Mrs. Frostad, we have some presenters here this evening, if you'd be so kind to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're pleased to have John Stelter and Taylor Rollheiser with us from KPMG this evening. So I'll pass it over to John at this point.
Thank you very much, Ms. Frostad, and good evening. My name is John Stelter, and I'm a partner representing KPMG, the external auditors for the City of Spruce Grove. I'm here this evening with Taylor Rollheiser, Senior Manager, and what our intent is this evening is we're going to present the results of our external audit and then ultimately answer any questions that members of council may have. So as is on the screen, I have provided also a copy of our audit findings report, which is included within your council package. I don't propose to go through that in detail, but I will summarize the overall results of our audit this evening. The results are summarized in our audit findings report, and it does build on the audit plan that we presented to council on November 23rd, 2020. We have completed our external audit of the consolidated financial statements of the City of Spruce Grove for the year ended December 31st, 2020. And we are in a position and plan to release our final auditor's report once approvals are received by council, and we would expect that to be obtained this evening. We are satisfied that the city's consolidated financial statements are fairly prepared and presented, and that the significant accounting policies, estimates, and disclosures in the consolidated financial statements are appropriate. In addition to our work on the city's consolidated financial statements, we have been engaged and have separately reported with respect to the municipal financial information return for the city, which is the same information as is included in your consolidated financial statements, presented in a form consistent for all municipalities in the province. In addition, we have performed specified audit work with respect to contributions made to the local authorities pension plan and the Apex supplementary pension plan on behalf of city employees. And finally, we've completed a special grant audit as is required by your contribution received from the province of Alberta for the Family and Community Support Services grant that you receive. We've conducted all such work, and there are no matters for us to report with respect to those items. In addition, we have reviewed the city's annual report and information that will be included in a published annual report, a document that again will be issued after the final results are approved. And again, no matters to report with respect to your annual report. As part of our audit plan, we focused on a number of areas in the current year, and we have completed all work with respect to those areas. As a reminder for council, those areas included a focus on your inflows or revenue that you do receive that may be subject to external restrictions. That's mostly a grant-related revenue that you've received. In the past, that was almost exclusively for capital purposes or to support the construction of infrastructure. In the current year, as part of the COVID response, you received additional operating funding that had restrictions attached to it, and we're satisfied you've complied with all terms and conditions of those grant arrangements. We look to the completeness and accuracy of your property assessments and taxation that's reflected, and are comfortable that the taxation for the year was provided in accordance with the approvals of council for 2020. We look to your overall investment portfolios. The city is invested in very conservative fixed income investments, and we're satisfied that those investments are appropriately supported for the ones that are reflected in your records. We also look to both the contributions of tangible assets, so those assets that are built on your behalf by developers and then transferred into the city as part of your responsibilities, and also those assets that you purchase directly as part of your infrastructure addition plans. And we're satisfied that all additions to your financial results and tangible assets this year were appropriately supported, valued appropriately in your financial statements. We look to all debt of the city and make sure that all outstanding debt is appropriate, approved, and that all principal and interest payments are being made as scheduled, and we're comfortable that has happened. We also finally look to any obligations of the city, so your regular expenditures, where dollars are spent in terms of day-to-day operations, and also any environmental or other contingencies that might exist at the end of the year. And we're satisfied that your financial results fully capture all such matters. On an overall basis, we have assessed the implications of the COVID-19 pandemic in a couple ways. First of all, it's in considering the overall potential implications for the city, and those results are again captured appropriately in your financial statements. In terms of inflows, that has meant some additional grant funding that came to the city, but then that's been offset by some lost revenues in terms of some of your facilities and other activities. From a costing perspective, again, all such costs are appropriately captured in your overall results. In terms of COVID as well, there's an implication in terms of the way we conducted our external audit. We conducted our audit in a fully remote sense this year. And again, with the wonderful support of your administration team, we were able to seamlessly complete our year-end audits in a remote environment. As part of our audit work, we did identify one small difference with respect to contributions of assets to the city, and that amount was adjusted, and was not significant to your overall results. We provided also some recommendations with respect to disclosures in the consolidated financial statements that administration will present to you, and all such recommendations and observations that we did provide were fully adopted by your administrative team. Last part that's in our overall findings documents are summaries of those matters which include matters with respect to internal control or overall improvements that we might recommend within the city. Good news this year is we did not identify any new matters to report to council this year or to administration. And for those matters that have been raised in the past, we're either satisfied that they have been fully adopted or they are your administration team is well underway in terms of implementing those recommendations. So kudos to your management team on that basis. The overall financial statements that have been provided to you in draft in the council package include a copy of our draft and independent auditors report, and that report will be a clean audit opinion on the results of the city for this year. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Rolheiser now, who will walk through your financial results in terms of just a few of the numbers highlights that are included within the presentation, both in your council package and is on the screen.
Thank you, John, and thanks for having us here tonight. As John mentioned, I'll hit some financial highlights, look at some pictures with you, and certainly happy to ask questions should any come up. So on the screen, we have a snapshot of the city's ending net debt position for 2020. As you can see, the city has been in a net debt position for the last 3 years. However, that net debt position is getting smaller. In 2019, it was 30 million, and in 2020, it's approximately 20 million. And what that net debt position tells us is that at the end of the year, the city's liabilities exceeded your financial assets. So your liabilities exceeded your assets like cash, your investments, your financial assets. That's before considering the city's biggest asset, which is the tangible capital assets, your non-financial assets. And that's the larger bars on the bar graph. So you can see at the end of 2020, the non-financial assets were at $555 million. And that's largely the city's infrastructure. So your roads, utilities, buildings, everything that you maintain. So that's a snapshot of your net debt and your net financial assets at the end, or your non-financial assets, pardon me, at the end of the year. This next slide highlights the city's debt position at the end of the year. So your debt as well as your debt limit. So the debt is what the city's borrowed to the end of the year. So 133 million to December 31 of 2020, or pardon me, 42 million to December 31 of 2020. The purple bar is the debt limit. So that's the city's capacity to borrow. So how much borrowing the city could take on under the MGA. You can see that you're approximately 32% of your overall debt limit, and that's been fairly consistent over the past number of years, as you can see. So that's a snapshot of the city's debt at the end of the year. And mainly the city borrows to fund capital. That's why you take out debt, is to build and fund your infrastructure. This chart here gives a bit of a picture where the city compares to other municipalities in the capital region. So we've accumulated this information from what's available online, some in the neighboring communities and others in the capital region. Debt strategy is specific to everyone, and everyone has a little bit of a different strategy, but you can see by comparing the city to the average of the others, there's not any large variances or differences in how the city is borrowing compared to your neighboring municipalities. Now to some of the numbers that you have seen on your statements, and John did highlight some of the changes in the numbers in the current year compared to budget in last year, so I won't belabor that, but you can see revenue was down a little bit this year compared to where you wanted it, compared to your budget. However, there was a modest increase over 2019. And really the changes are pandemic related. You can see that your sales and user fees are down compared to budget. A lot of that is user fees coming from the TLC. Your fines are also down quite a bit, probably less people driving around and getting tickets in the city. But that's offset by government transfers for operating. So the city did get a municipal operating support transfer from the province, and that was to help provide some COVID relief. So those are the significant changes compared to budget on the revenue side of the city's financial statements, coming down to 88 at the end of the year. And looking at the expenses again, you are under budget by about 12. I'm going to get my zeros messed up. You're under budget, and you're also less expenses than you incurred in 2019. And again, largely pandemic related. There was some hiring freezes and seasonal labor that wasn't hired by the city in 2020 due to the pandemic. And the other big changes in the contract and general services. So there was less activity. Again, a lot of that also coming from the TLC as they were shut down for a good portion of the year. These two charts here show your annual surplus and annual deficit before capital items. So the top chart here shows before amortization, which is of course a non-cash expense, but is an accounting expense that the city must have in their financial statement. So before that non-cash expense, the city is actually in an annual surplus before capital of 14 million. And once that amortization number is included, that's what drives the deficit down to $3 million at the end of 2020. And then the next slide factors in the capital items. So the revenues and expenses are as were on the previous couple slides. And the next four items all relate to capital activity that has happened during the year. So you can see the government transfers, so government funding to build and support capital infrastructure in the city. The city received approximately 7 million, so certainly down from previous years and down from budget, but I don't think that's surprising. And then the contributed assets, John talked about this one as well. These are assets that are contributed by developers to the city. Again, it's another non-cash item. The city doesn't actually pay for these assets, they are given to the city and they come in as revenue, a revenue item, and then the city is responsible to maintain those capital assets. So coming down to your annual surplus at the end of the year, which is pretty darn close to budget. This slide here gives you a snapshot of the city's accumulated surplus. So these are the various buckets of resources that the city does have available. The municipal accumulated surplus, pardon me, is a general pool of funds that the city has available to them. The utilities is related to the utility activity in the city. And again, that's a self-sustaining activity. So there is some surplus dollars as well there. The developer deficit that is currently included in accumulated surplus, what that negative number is actually representing is the advanced building or advanced funding that the city has done on behalf of developments. And those amounts will be recovered by future developers as they move into the city and complete their work. Lastly, the big number included in your accumulated surplus is your invested intangible capital assets. So that represents the city's investments in your infrastructure. This page here balances your annual surplus down to your net debt closing position. So that 19 million, or 19 is the number that we started with. So we have your annual surplus. We go through your capital related changes, which include non-cash items like your contributed tangible capital assets, the assets you actually paid for during the year, and then your amortization of your capital assets to come down in a change in net debt position. So the net debt position decreased from 28 in 2019 to 19 in 2020, or almost 20 in 2020. So this reconciles the opening position to how the city closed the year. And that was it for the financial related highlights that we wanted to talk about. And again, I just want to take the opportunity to say thanks to your team for making the virtual audit be a smooth experience and working with our team throughout it all. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much, Taylor, for the presentation. And kind of interesting when you looked at the package to see how the impact of COVID when we reduced spending and had a lot of revenues reduced as well. But we're certainly appreciative of the support from the government on some of our operating monies that came in. So that kind of helped balance things a little bit. And you know, the information about our debt levels and how our debt is mainly used to you know, fund capital projects. And that's an important way for us to move forward on some of those interesting new initiatives. So with that, I'm going to thank you for your presentation, and we have a motion already, so I'm just going to ask if my colleagues on council have any questions or comments in regards to the budget. Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Mayor Houston. To John and Taylor, if you look at our agenda, you will notice that there later on in the agenda is a proposal that could see us embarking on a rather large, significant, and costly new facility. And looking at our net debt, our debt numbers, I'm wondering if you could offer an opinion as to the affordability of, let's say, a $50 million facility, knowing that some of that money will be coming from MSI. So it isn't necessarily that amount of money that we would need to borrow. But I know you work with other municipalities and probably a lot of other municipalities. So you might be able to offer an opinion as to where we might sit if we take on an initiative of that size, debt-wise.
Through the mayor to Councillor Roth, I think the one slide that we did show, which is that the city currently has a borrowing level similar to other municipalities within the region. Ultimately, you have the capacity to borrow. It's ultimately your decision as to whether or not it makes the most sense within the city itself. As of today, prior to the decision, you are in a similar position to other municipalities within the region.
Okay, and a second question, if I might, and that is, how do we stack up financially with other municipalities? Again, knowing that you do this kind of audit work with other municipalities, probably throughout the region and perhaps throughout the province.
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Roth. Again, you're in a similar place in terms of how you've managed your overall day-to-day activities. You don't have quite the available historic resources that some of the other larger municipalities in the region may have, or legacy funds that they may be able to draw upon. You've prudently managed your activities as a relatively young city. And again, in terms of day-to-day operations, you're very similar to what those other municipalities are, probably having a little bit less capacity because you don't have as much historic resources that are available to you to draw upon.
Okay, thank you, John. I like the words prudently managed, so thank you for throwing in that compliment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Houston.
You're welcome, Councillor Roth. Any other questions or comments in regards to the report? Okay, we don't see any other questions or comments. I just wanted to, I do have one question, John, in regards to the regulations on some environmental liabilities that we may have as a city. Is there a timeline from the province? I mean, if a city has a site or that has an environmental liability on it, it has to be shown against our books, but is there a timeline in regards to the provincial requirement when those need to come off our books?
Again, Mr. Mayor, I think that's probably a question best answered by administration. I do know that once the amounts are score kept within your records, your administrative team works closely with Alberta Environment in terms of the plan about how that might be remediated. Again, your administration is probably best to answer that.
Okay. We'll defer back to them at a later date. But that's good. I know you had mentioned that as part of your report, so I just kind of flagged me because I know we've had this conversation before. But anyway, I think that pretty much concludes the report. And I want to say to the comments that you made in regards to our management team and how we manage our financials and the day-to-day operations of the city are in line with normal standard practices, and thank our administrative team for the work that they do to get this glowing report that we seem to get every year. And I know Taylor and John have become sort of household fixtures here in the city of Spruce Grove. We appreciate seeing you on an annual basis, and glad you're keeping on top of everything for us. So with that, thanks again for the presentation, and I'll call the question on the motion from Councillor Oldham. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Moving forward, thanks again. Moving forward, we're going to go to our public question and answer period. And I first want to ask our city clerk, has anyone registered to ask a question? Just ask, is anybody registered?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have one individual who has registered to speak this evening.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Oldham, if you would be so kind as to read our public question and answer period statement.
You bet. Members of the public wishing to address council verbally during public question and answer period at tonight's meeting were given the opportunity to pre-register with the city clerk's office until 12 p.m. today. Members of the public were also given the opportunity to email a question prior to the meeting and may also submit an emailed question at this time. Public question and answer period is an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions of council. Speakers will not be allowed to discuss items that are before the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board or the Assessment Review Board or any issue currently being dealt with in a statutory public hearing. The question and answer period does not involve opinions or formal presentations. Those should be referred to the presentation and delegation section of a future council meeting. Administration will assist members of the public who wish to make a formal presentation. These questions may be answered by council or referred to administration for further investigation. In all cases, you will receive a reply. Those persons wishing to speak during public question and answer period may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Oldham, for the preamble to that. So I'm going to go to our city clerk and ask her to introduce the question or our first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our first speaker this evening is Stephen Marsh of Spruce Grove. Mr. Marsh, you may unmute your microphone and ask your question. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Stephen. Welcome.
Hi there. How are you doing?
Good.
Good. So my question is regarding with the new civic centre going in there. I'm very, very concerned about the future of Horizon Stage as it sits right now, and I'm just wondering if the council, has thought about at least putting, a proper theatre back in the, replicates Horizon Stage as it sits right now, as opposed to the proposed Black Box Theatre, which is, such a huge step down for the community. We need to know exactly what's going on with that and what the council's thoughts on doing that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the question, Stephen. I'm going to refer to our administration that will be able to provide a little bit of an update to that. Mr. Wolanski?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I can, certainly, obviously, later on in the agenda, I'm going to provide a lot more detail on this particular item. I don't know if Mr. Marsh is going to be sticking around for that presentation, but the short answer to the question was we have not considered it as part of the Civic Center. As you'll read in the report, and I'll explain later on, the type of facility in terms of the pre-engineered facility would not lend itself to a larger theater in terms of the design. So then we'd actually have to redesign and relook at all the other amenities like the arenas and like some of those other components. So the capital costs would just be exponentially much more significant. And so we're looking at this, and I'll explain this later, as this is kind of separate from the Horizon Stage conversation, which I'll provide more detail later.
Mr. Marsh, did you want to, any other further questions or comments? You can unmute yourself if you have one.
Sorry, I didn't know how to unmute the phone there, so I'll just wait to see what what has to be said about the proposal here, and just see what we can do. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Marsh. And again, I wanted to add also that we appreciate your passion and stuff for the performing arts in Spruce Grove, and the current plan before us that will be explained later on this evening is in addition to the one that we currently have. So we're going to, a lot of things are up in the air in regards to Horizon Stage, but Mr. Wolanski is going to talk a little bit further that. But we're very well aware of the whole situation, and the support can say that this council has a lot of support for arts and culture in Spruce Grove.
Okay, I appreciate that. And can I just ask one question? Like, does anybody know what is happening to the current Horizon Stage? Because it seems, it's to the school board, you have to go to the MLA, this and that. It seems that the council surely would have to know what is the proposal for, the high school, the Horizon Stage attached to it, whether it's going to be demolished, whether it's going to be renovated. No one seems to be, knowing what's going on, and I'd have thought that'd have been high on the council's list to know exactly what that situation is.
Mr. Wolanski, I'm sure you could share the trials and tribulations with waiting for a government decision and
yes,
the significant costs associated with that decision.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. And I can assure Mr. Marsh, the public, that we want to know a lot of those questions just as much as anyone else. We received a notice of the proposed either rebuild option for the school board only a few days before it was public. And we have not had time, that was very recent, to sit down and discuss further options. We do know that the province announced some schools for next year, but Spruce Grove Compton High School was well down on the list. And so we don't anticipate it being any time and even a decision in the next few years. That's all we know at this point. So lots more discussion that we need to have with Parkland School Division, and obviously through their plans and through the government of Alberta, but it's still very, very early for us. So yes, we're wanting those same kind of, that same kind of information and have the same kind of questions about how it's going to all play out and when and those kinds of and what options will be available to both the school and the city.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Stephen, for calling in on that. And we will keep everyone in the community updated when we know more. But I can tell you that the decision on that one is significant, and it will take some time before that gets resolved.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for calling in. Okay, we have another question to the city clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our second question was received by email this evening and is from Corey DeRasp of Spruce Grove. Their question is, it is an election year. I'm wondering, how do we get Spruce Grove's oppressive voter radar on the ballot for a community vote?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I'm going to refer to administration in regards to that question.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. At this juncture, administration is going to take a look at what the requirements are legislatively to add a question, possibly for the election, and we will get back to the individuals who asked.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will get that information back to Corey and appreciate that to be succinct on what the regulation would be. Thank you. Any other further questions?
Mayor, I just checked our email inbox and we have not received any further questions this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go now, since that finishes our question and answer period. I'm going to go to item 8A, and we had Councillor Acker had a statement and update that he would like to share with the community. Go ahead, Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate the opportunity to recognize a very special girl within our community, and that's Chelsea Jackson, that many of you probably saw in the Examiner a couple weeks back. That through her heartfelt compassion, she stood up for her best friend David to raise funds as he's fighting lymphatic cancer. And Chelsea is a Greystone Middle School student, and I think her entire story, if you've had a chance to read the article, and I know the mayor's been already there to present her with the certificate, I thought it was only fitting that we as a council officially recognize Chelsea for her incredible job and how she has now become a rod of inspiration for others to do what she's done. I think it's incredible, her compassion and her care for her best friend. And I have a note here that she is raising funds through our bottle depot. And if anyone wants to contribute and help her, I think she's raised over $1,700 thus far. They can drop their bottles off at the bottle depot and say they're going towards David. So just wanted to recognize her at a meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker, and thank you for the shout out in regards to her fundraiser, because she can, whatever funds she raised goes toward David and his family in his fight with lymphoma. So appreciate you bringing that forward. If you would, any other comments from any members of council? Thank you very much, Councillor Acker, for that. And if I could ask you for a motion to accept your report for information.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, moved by Councillor Acker to accept his mention of our little hometown hero. I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Great. Thank you again. On to administrative updates under 9A, COVID-19 pandemic update. Mr. Wolanski, things aren't slowing down. Go ahead.
No, Mr. Mayor, certainly not. Spruce Grove currently has 120 active cases in the community. Sadly, I also must share that we have recorded another death as a result of COVID-19 in our community, and our condolences go out to all those who have lost a loved one. 3 schools are currently on the alert list, which is again 2 to 4 cases at Spruce Grove Composite High, St. Peter the Apostle Catholic High School, and Greystone Middle School. As a side note, an alert is considered over when there have been no new confirmed cases in the school for 28 days. Regionally, Parkland County has 144 cases and Stony Plain has 56 active cases. As you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, cases continue to climb in our community as well as across the province. In addition to, of course, following the public health measures, our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Hinshaw, says that one of the most important steps we can take is to get vaccinated when we are eligible. And the government of Alberta does continue to expand eligible groups for vaccines. And as reported every week, but we think it's important to remind people that information on vaccines, booking, phases, more information is available on the government Alberta's website at alberta.ca, or a link to that can be found on the city's website. While more and more people are getting vaccinated, it is critical and still critical to continue following the public health guidelines to protect people around us. As we mentioned last week, we must work together, not only in Spruce Grove, but the communities that we work in, shop in, or do business in, as we all have a role to play to reduce the threat to our healthcare system. I'm here also to announce that the Emergency Management Agency has approved that the city's large item pickup, free cycle, shred for free, and e-roundup, which is the electronics roundup, events will return again this year in June. Complete details for each of these events will be posted on the city's website. And again, if residents choose to take part in those initiatives, please remember that all public health orders must be followed in doing so. Our peace officers continue to do monitoring and patrols, and we are still seeing strong public health order compliance in the city of Spruce Grove. So we'd like to really thank the community for their continued support in doing the things that protect all of us. We know that it hasn't been easy, and we know that it's important to support each other. We've been saying a long time that we're all in this together, but it couldn't be more true as we see these rises and falls and ebbs and flows. As you said, Mr. Mayor, it's not slowing down. And so we'd like to thank everyone for their continued efforts, not only for the past, but moving forward. And with that, I'll certainly answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wolanski. I will open up the floor to my colleagues on council if there's any questions or comments. Councillor Grilke, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question through to administration. So unfortunately, as the numbers keep rising, my question seems to kind of get further and further out. My question is about economic recovery with our local businesses. The city of Spruce Grove is a organization that spends money, as we all know, and on goods and services, and those goods and services can likely be procured sometimes locally when possible. And I just want to know what administration has done or looked at with our procurement policy, specifically in the lens of social procurement. That's kind of a new phrase that some of the Alberta urban municipalities have been throwing around at the local leaders. At the latest leader conference, they were talking about being creative with procurement, of course, within the grounds that we have to play in with the legislation and regulations. But I feel like it's super important now more than ever going forward to try to find a way to include the social aspect, not just the bottom line for our dollars that we spend. And so I just re-ask, is there anything or what can we do in order to significantly impact our local businesses in this recovery? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Councillor Grilke. Staff are researching social procurement principles and as it relates to modernizing our current policies with respect to the city's economic and business development staff are staying closely in tune with the developments in the city's business community and what those shifts in types of businesses are occurring in the region. So yes, as you said, the city is a purchaser of a number of goods and services, and we must work through sort of balancing, supporting the community. We have to respect legislative frameworks and then maximizing the value of residents' tax dollars. And so we will be looking forward. We are, like I said, we're reviewing that and look forward to bringing something forward to council, sort of a policy discussion on the topic, including how other municipalities have begun exploring the space as well.
Thank you for that, Mr. Wolanski. I appreciate it.
Councillor Acker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just an accolade to our staff and perhaps AHS. I've got a lot of good feedback with even the relocation of the testing site in the TLC parking lot. A lot of people are utilizing the park and the pathways, and they feel a little more comfortable just having those testing moved within the parking lot. So fantastic job. I think it's been noticed. I know it was just a perception issue and not a health issue, but those small things I think mean a lot to the public. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Acker? Ms. Rolanski, May 1st is near approaching, and I believe some of our sport fields will be opening up. What are the Alberta Health Services regulation in regards to sport field use? Are we going to be seeing soccer, or are we going to be just seeing just 10 kids on the field? Does that mean our teams are just going to be practicing for now with just 10 players on a field? Or do we foresee any cohort games being started to be played? I'm not sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The current guidelines do state that you can have 10 people at a facility. Now, of course, or groups of 10. So at a larger facility, such as a ball diamond or a soccer field, you could have a maximum of 10, but you could have, say, 3 groups of 10. But that 10 has to only be coaches and players. And currently, there are no guidelines that allow for game activity. This is all just sort of training practice. So the city couldn't go above and beyond that. So that's the current guidelines. And again, depending on the size of the facility, you could have maybe more than one group of 10. Like we did in arenas, as an example, you could have 2 teams, but each of those teams could only be in the group of 10, including players and coaches. And they can't mix between the 2.
Okay. So I guess to clarify, you could have 10. So on the one baseball field would be classed as one facility, so it'd be just a maximum of 10. Or could you have 10 kids out in another larger group in the outfield and 10 on the infield taking ground balls?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. Outdoor facilities, the key to that, are allowed to exceed the 10 maximum if social distancing can be achieved. Okay. So like you said, yes, you could have another group of 10 way out in the outfield, another group of 10 working on the diamond. They can't intermingle, they can't mix, but it'd have to be separated in those groups. So yes, depending on the facility, you could have more as long as social distancing between those 2 groups can be maintained. And amongst even the 10 there have to have social distancing as well.
Okay. And I think just to reaffirm some of the rules last year related to cohort teams such as Sherwood Park and Spruce Grove, and potentially one other group actually getting into some games, but that won't be for a number of weeks out, I would imagine.
Yeah, we have no inside information. That was some of the things that happened last year. We don't know when and if those will be similar this year.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions or comments in regards to the report? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wolanski. And with your EMA, please keep everybody posted, and please go to the city's website for any further information in regards to updates and regulations as well. With that, I'll call a question on the, could I get a motion to accept Mr. Wolanski's report for information? Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll call the question on the motion to accept for information Mr. Wolanski's report. Thank you. That's been carried. Moving forward to our bylaws under 10A, could I please get a motion for 10A? Councillor Grilke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that third reading be given to bylaw C-1144-21 operating line of credit borrowing bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Grilke. Mrs. Frostad, this is the borrowing bylaw that we usually have in our back pocket, but we don't normally spend it. So go ahead. For some reason, we're not hearing you. I don't see that you're muted, but you might be unplugged.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Thank you. This is bylaw C114421. It is the revolving operating line of credit borrowing bylaw, and we're proposing a reduction from the 30 million that we had raised it to last year during the pandemic back to the regular $5 million limit. The mayor is correct in that we do not make use of this money, but it is there in case there is an emergency of some sort. With the operating flow of cash, but it is not currently being used by the city at all. So this would be the third and final reading that would reduce the line of credit to the regular limit of 5 million.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments in regards to the third reading for the borrowing line of credit? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. I just didn't see Councillor Stevenson's vote. There we go. We got it now. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Going on to 10B, could I get a motion, please, for second reading under Greenberry 11A? Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that second reading be given to bylaw C-1147-21, land use bylaw amendment, redistricting Greenberry stage 11A.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. Mr. Toll, this is, we just handled this in our public hearing. This is for second reading. Go ahead. If there's anything to add, go ahead.
I don't really have anything to add, but I'm going to just bring the screen up so that everyone knows exactly which one we're talking about, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. And you can just do a very brief update for those that have just joined us.
Okay, so this is, administration is bringing bylaw C-1147-21, a proposed redistricting in the Greenberry neighborhood. We're bringing it forward for consideration of second and third reading tonight. The amendment is for a 0.2 hectare area within Lot 2, Block A, Plan 1324055 in the Greenberry neighborhood on the northern extent of Garneau Gate. The change in the land use bylaw is from the Greenberry planned lot district to the R1 mixed low to medium density residential district. And the reason for this change, it is for added flexibility as the developer does not intend to use the zero lot line portion of that is provided for in the GPL district. I would like to note to council that the completed Greenberry Stage 11 development agreement remains valid, and as such, council may consider both second and third readings tonight. And if there's any questions, I will be here to answer them, hopefully.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Toll. Any questions or comments from council in regards to this second reading? Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Toll. I know you spoke briefly at the public hearing, and I thought I would wait till it is here to talk to it. Explain to me again, just so that I understand why we're going from the JPL to the R1. I know we have a limited JPL. We're doing it as a pilot project. You know, we've continued to say not this project or not this type in our community yet till we get results. And to me, it's sending a message that maybe this isn't working. But so give me a really good explanation as to why we're doing this.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if it's going to be a really good explanation, but I think it is a pretty good explanation. And you've answered it partly yourself with the question. This is a test project. The GPL district was brought in this area as a test, and the developer has been developing out the area. And what they have found is that they don't need to bring on as much zero lot product as perhaps they had intended. And within the GPL district, there are some really strict regulations that are only in the GPL district because when the district was put together, we were considering, administration and the developer were considering the effects that the zero lot line would have on the development within the building pocket. So in this case, the GPL district restricts the maximum size of a garage to 16 feet. If the lot isn't if the lot is less than 6.6 meters wide. And the R1 district, which again provides for these smaller lots, but doesn't accommodate the zero lot line considerations, allows for larger garages for those smaller units. So what the developer is finding is there is a desire by the purchasers to have the larger garages and the larger driveways. And that kind of fits into one of the concerns in the area, that there's not enough parking. So, you know, the developer can provide for a wider driveway so you can park 2 cars on there. But I guess it really boils down to the developer is amending their plan as they're finding out what the market needs and what they want. So maybe in the future, when we perhaps consider putting the zero lot line product within the general R1 district, you know, there will be flexibility and we won't see this coming back and I won't say flip-flopping because it's not flip-flopping. It is a change in the desired product. And to change the product, they have to change the zoning. So okay. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, you did. You know, and it's nice to hear that about the garage sizes and that ability. And I guess I just, you know, we have been hearing rumblings about the zero lot line. I know that there's a particular incident in Spruce Grove where, you know, there's a neighbor dispute going on and that sort of thing. And it's, you know, as a counselor, I'm just looking at the different sorts of zonings and just really, again, it speaks to whether this pilot project is truly the best thing for our community or not. So, but thank you for your answer on that.
Okay, thanks very much. Any other questions or comments in regards to second reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Could I get a motion, please, for third reading under item 10B? Got your motion? Okay. I think Councillor McKenzie, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move that third reading be given to bylaw C 1147-21 land use bylaw amendment redistricting Greenbury stage 11A.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions or comments in regards to third reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, moving forward, let's go to item 10D. Could I get a motion, please, for second reading for Tonewood Stage 9? Councillor Oldham?
Mayor, I'll move that second reading be given to bylaw C-1149-21 land use bylaw amendment redistricting Tonewood Stage 9.
Okay, thank you very much. This is for second reading only, Mr. Toll. Go ahead in regards to Stonewood. Now we got me saying Tonewood Stage 9.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will share my screen so we can bring up the map. Okay, so this is bylaw C-1149-21, Tonewood Stage 9 for second reading. And as you'll recall from the public hearing earlier this evening, this is for a redistricting in the Tonewood neighborhood. There is about 1.9 hectare area that is being districted from UR to R1, and about a 2.4 hectare area that is being redistricted from UR to P1, and that is to accommodate a stormwater management facility. At this time, the development agreement has not been completed, so administration is only bringing this forward with the request of second reading. If there's any questions, I will try and answer them.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Toll. This is basically a standard type agreement, housing type that's very similar to the ones adjacent to it. For second reading only this evening. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a general question on this area. At what stage would we be looking at tying in Tonewood Boulevard into Grove Meadows Drive there? I see it's just another incidence of these new neighborhoods that crop up with one entrance in and out. So is it like a stage, we're at stage 9? Is it stage 12? Just to try and get an idea of when those connectors might happen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The connections to the future neighborhoods, I'm just looking at my map here. There's going to be another future connection up onto Grove Drive. Maybe I should bring my map up. Just a second. If I could share my screen again. This is a draft of the neighborhood plan. It's just an example of how the neighborhood could develop, but I just want to show where the connections are and kind of hopefully give some, I can't tell you what time, but it was sort of when we can expect them to come on in as development occurs. So are we looking at the map of the neighborhood? So right here is the stage that we are looking at. This is an existing stage, and a lot of this up here and down Tonewood Boulevard has been developed. And this connection up here onto Grove Drive is a potential very close connection that could be made. And I think, Councillor Acker, you were talking about this one over here, or perhaps this one down here. I'm not exactly sure where the developer is intending to go with the next stages, but there has been a note made to the developer that a second entrance into the neighborhood is going to be required in the near future for emergency access purposes. So I would expect you might see this one come on in the near future, but you might also see this. It kind of depends on where the developer wants to go and where the required infrastructure costs are. So there will be in the near future, as development advances, an additional access into the neighborhood and egress, but I can't really identify exactly where it is going to be at this time. I don't know if that answers your question, but it has been noted, and an additional access is going to be required in the near future as development continues.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Toll, for that. Does that answer your question, Councillor Acker? Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments in regards to this one? Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration, or I guess first off, thanks to Councillor Acker for asking my question. I always am concerned about the one entrance, and as we grow and grow. Silly question, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to double check. Because when you look at the ASP picture drawing that you have up, the actual outline of the stormwater plan, there's two little blue blurbs that are kind of sticking out, not looking. But when you look at the area the satellite photo, it looks like we've captured that properly. So will those blue areas in the future then go to the R1, or how is the actual zoning on that currently right now?
Should I share my screen so we can look at that picture, or is
Sure.
it just,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, these little blue blips are what I believe the question is. And the answer is that when the area structure plan was prepared, there were estimates put together as to how large the areas, or the stormwater management pond facility would have to be. As development continued and they got more detailed in their work, the actual size requirement for the stormwater management facility have been reduced. And what is built is now sort of the existing stormwater management facility at its intended capacity. So it falls within the boundaries of the area structure plan. So it is complying. They technically could come back and put more storm pond in that, but Councillor McKenzie is right. They are not going to do that in all likelihood. We have requested that the developer get their plans together and come back in the future for an area structure plan amendment to let council know what is happening with those areas.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and that is my bigger concern is, you know, if we're adding in back more residential, is that stormwater management adequate size and for the development and for this area structure plan? So perfect. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Okay, this is for second reading. I will call the question on the motion for Tonewood Stage 9. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. I've had a request for a comfort break, so I will call for a 7-minute recess and see everybody back here shortly. Thank you. Okay, I think everybody's back. Welcome back, everybody. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. And I'm going to go on to our agenda item 10E, and I'll ask Councillor Stevenson if she could please make a motion for second reading. She had her hand up a number of times and never ended up getting to her. So Councillor Stevenson, if you could make a motion for second reading for McLaughlin.
You bet. I will make that motion. That second reading be given to bylaw C-1151-21, land use bylaw amendment redistricting McLaughlin Stage 6 as amended.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Toll. This is another one that we just finished up in our public hearing session. If you could maybe just refresh the context of it, be great.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will share my screen so we can have some visuals. Yes, so before I continue, in the agenda, we had anticipated or hoped that the development agreement would be completed this evening or by this evening. Unfortunately, the development agreement has not been completed, so just wanted to note that we will only be asking for second reading this evening. And this is for bylaw C-1151-21 McLaughlin Stage 6 redistricting. The proposal is for a 2-hectare portion of land in the McLaughlin neighborhood to be redistricted from UR Urban Reserve to R1 Mixed Low to Medium Density Residential District and P1 Parks and Recreation District. And I would also like to note to council that the addition of the P1 strip of land, which is being, I've called it a linear transition park, I think, or buffer, that has been added since first reading. So that is why the motion reads as amended. It is to accommodate that strip of P1 along the east boundary. The amendment is in general compliance with the governing area structure plan, and the intended use is for mixed low to medium density residential. And as mentioned, the P1 is for a buffer or linear park. With that, I'll end my presentation and answer any questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Toll. This is another standard agreement for the development of McLaughlin. Any questions or comments from council in regards to this development? Second reading only. Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion for second reading. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. So no third reading this evening. Okay, thank you. Moving forward, could I get a motion, please, for the business improvement area tax bylaw? Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move second reading the bylaw C-1151-21 land use bylaw amendment.
Councillor Roth, if I may interrupt you at this point, we are on item 10F this evening, so the business improvement area tax bylaw.
For third reading, that's the difference.
Okay, third reading to bylaw C-115621. 2021 business improvement area tax bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. This is for third reading, Mrs. Frostad. This will wrap up the improvement area tax bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This bylaw is before council this evening for final reading to establish the right to go ahead and tax the business improvement area for 2021. And I can entertain questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Frostad. Are there any questions or comments in regards to this improvement area tax bylaw? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Moving on to 10G, could I get a motion, please, for the tax rate bylaw under 10G? Councillor Grilke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that. I just want to make sure I'm on the right one. That third reading be given to bylaw C-1157-21 2021 Business Improvement Area Tax Rate Bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Grilke. Mrs. Frostad, this is the rate that we charge, and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This bylaw is based on the requisition passed on to council from the City Centre Business Association for 2021 in the amount of $32,000. It will be taxed on the 155 active businesses within the zone. So this is the third and final reading for this bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open up the floor to my colleagues on council. Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for presenting this with some of the options. And in summary, I guess if they would like to reduce the amount per business, we just have to get more business in our city center, and that would help allocate it throughout. So hopefully we'll get there. Just a question. I assume that if the business district or the city center would like to do it in a different way, they could approach us and we could amend this in future years of how we would divvy it up on rather. I don't believe it's probably in our best interest to define how we break it up, and would hope that the City Center Business Association would be the ones that would recommend a change if we had to moving forward. Would that be a correct assumption?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Acker.
Perfect. No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Any other questions or comments in regards to third reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay. Okay, we're going to go on to our business items, and we're going to start into our business items, one that we've been waiting quite some time for. The tremendous amount of work and study being done on it is the Arena Complex project decision. Mr. Skrepnik, go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening again. It gives me great pleasure to start us off on this presentation. I'll ask Mr. Wolanski to share his screen and guide me through the first few slides, and then Mr. Wolanski will take over the presentation, and then I'll provide some concluding remarks. So we're here tonight to present an update on the Arena project, and just to give members of council and the community a bit of an outline of our presentation tonight. We will talk a bit about our journey. This has been something that has been in discussions with the community and our stakeholders for quite some time. We will provide a summary update of the work that's been done since this was last presented to council back in July of 2020. We'll highlight some of our key learnings and observations. We'll provide a bit of an overview on public engagement so that we can demonstrate that we are hearing what the community and our stakeholders have to say and how we've incorporated some of those perspectives into our proposal here tonight. Obviously, there's been some new assumptions, and that's largely predicated on a new concept that we will be introducing to the community formally here tonight, called a civic center. We'll talk a bit of about the facility characteristics, the element of additional community spaces, and we'll be sharing some examples of what this visually looks like based on some research that we've done of similar facilities across Canada. We will get into a bit of a discussion around the capital cost estimates and the operating cost estimates, some of the financing implications, talk a bit about regional considerations, talk about how it will be critically important for this initiative to really engage in a meaningful dialogue with our stakeholders and provide some insight into some of that feedback that we've received already from them. And then finally, some next steps around the implementation should council agree to our recommendations here tonight. So a little bit about the journey. So as council will know and members of the public will recall, there was some work that was done back in 2014 around the feasibility of a significant event center. There was preliminary assessments presented in 2016 and 2017 as a result of that work. At the same time, work continued in the region around the 2017 indoor facility strategy, which was a refresh of the 2009 indoor facility strategy that had been worked on in the region. 2017, we started doing some initial public engagement. In 2019, there was several updated presentations that were made to council. And in July of 2020, there was a direction to not proceed with respect to the concept of a significant event center, and to really pare it down to two options, which we then went out to the community with us public engagement. Since that time, we've done quite a bit of work to sort of refine and bring forward a different proposal and a different approach, primarily based on, you know, what we heard in the community consultation, as well as a way to try to address additional community needs that we'll demonstrate later in Mr. Wolanski's presentation. So I'll maybe just ask David to throw those bullets straight up. So obviously, part of that work that we've done since July of 2020 is to really take a look hard at the analysis, looking at the experience that we have within the city administration, and quite a bit of research. We've engaged with industry contacts who have built similar facilities to what will be proposed later in the presentation. We've done some preliminary engagement with construction and design professionals to gain further insight into how we could look at potential options to really try to bring costs down, and to show how we can address needs beyond what was contemplated back in July of 2020. Obviously, working through a series of assumptions that sort of capitalized on the work that was done before, and then identifying new assumptions, particularly around operating costs and capital. We'll get into a little bit of information around, our operating pro formas, and David will have a slide on that piece there. We have been doing a bit of engagement already leading into this discussion here tonight, and we'll talk more about that in detail further along in the presentation. And obviously, this is all predicated on, doing a pretty extensive analysis of the long-term capital needs and planning, which ultimately will come back to City Council in the fall as part of our corporate planning process and budget approvals. We'll also talk later in this evening's agenda around land options. Those discussions are slated for a closed session later this evening. So without getting into too much of those details that are really meant for in camera, I can share that we're looking at opportunities to leverage Green Chirp funding by co-locating a transit park and ride, servicing considerations to the site to maximize that efficiencies, looking at maximizing additional ancillary development investments, and we'll talk a bit more about that later tonight. Obviously, strong considerations for both cash and non-cash considerations in the short and long term, and looking to assemble an area around 12 acres for the park and ride and civic center, and there'll be more details in the in-camera session slated for later this evening. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Mr. Wolanski, and he'll take it here for a bit for this evening's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skrepnik. And I should also mention, as we get into some of the details, obviously for those might be listening, the presentation is kind of an overview or a high level of what's in the full report. And so certainly encourage those who have the time to read that. And certainly as council has questions either on the presentation materials or the full detailed report, we'll be able to certainly answer those. So the key learnings, and I will say that one of the key learnings, if not the biggest learning, is that as we did our fulsome analysis, that some of the previous numbers and information was based on this concept of the multi-use sports and entertainment center, and then going downward from there versus a twin pad up. And so if you think of doing this direction, the biggest impact on that was the spectator arena, because part of the learnings was that it was based on, again, being a little bit less of an event center, but still operating in a very similar fashion. And so similar in expense, but not having those high-end commercial revenue opportunities that the multi-use sports and entertainment center had. And so that was one of the biggest learnings that we kind of discovered as we went through. Another, and we'll explain a little bit more on what that impacted and how that impacted some of the options and the costing. Another key learning as we looked at, and then as Mr. Skrepnik talked about, we've met with industry contacts and experts in the field, and we started looking at different construction options. And we looked at something called the pre-engineered construction. And basically it's, as it's outlined here, it's where each component is sort of fabricated and pre-done, you know, and brought to the site versus a real step-by-step that you can't move on to the next site or next step until you've completed the other one. And so the table kind of shows some of the pros and cons of each, or the highlights of, and you know, basically construction time is a little less, costs are a little less, and in some cases a lot less. You do sort of have some aesthetic, you know, trade-offs, but we're going to talk a little bit more about that, and when I show you some of the examples. And sort of that design flexibility might be a little bit less, and again, we'll go over a little bit that when we talk about the facility characteristics. But this is another one of the key learnings that we discovered, and that we think and that could support the concept we're presenting. You know, we've done lots of this and in terms of public engagement, and so we certainly don't mean to minimize in any way what we've done, but we've tried to sift through all of it and really come up with some, you know, 4 or 5 themes that was really prevalent in all the engagement, whether that be through public, but also through feedback that we've received from council and other stakeholders. And some of the top observations in those were, you know, there's concern about the cost implications. You know, question was answered during the audit presentation earlier about that, and really understanding what that means. So that's been a clear observation that we've discovered. There is a strong desire and support to see the ice needs met. We haven't built ice in this region since 2002 with the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Center. And since then, the city has grown, as we know, one of the fastest communities and regions in Canada. And we did a study back in 2017, well, back in 2009, reaffirmed in 2017, which gave a strong indication about the need that the region has in terms of ice. And in all of our engagement, there was a desire expressed that we wanted to see that met. Certainly, you know, it wasn't a huge component, but there was strong indication that elite hockey programming, so in our case, you know, that would be junior A hockey, is of benefit to the community, whether that's economic, whether that's from a social, whether that's just pride, community spirit, those kinds of things. That was a consistent theme or observation. And of course, but there were some concerns, you know, related to either option, which was again the spectator arena or the twin pad, not addressing maybe some of the other programming amenities or recreation needs as identified in the 2017 study around aquatics, adventure, field house, dry hard courts, etc. And but there was also a lot of comments about we really like the opportunity, while not really or concerned about the large multi-use sport and entertainment center, the ability to host a few more larger events that had a more community focus, it would be appealing to a large portion of those that provided feedback. So in short, really keep the cost low, address the ice needs, do more than just basic, subject to number one, of course. And then what about other community needs? And that's how we would kind of summarize. And that was sort of the basis and foundation for a lot of the work that we did to come up with what's being recommended and put in front of council this evening and the floor. So based on that, some of our new assumptions was to look at it the opposite from what we learned earlier about build it from the twin pad up versus again the multi-use sport and entertainment center down. And this is you know, be really real and truthful about the facility and what types of things can happen within that. But and we really want to design it to use. So this is, you know, really purpose built is the kind of buzz phrase that is used often. It's about being able to have, elite level hockey, some other community events, and really design it to, the real uses and the real stakeholders that are going to be in this facility. And again, the construction and design philosophy that really emphasizes community use. And so that's one of the new assumptions we came up with, that it's about how we can have community opportunities and community access versus necessarily thinking of the large events and the large, huge commercial things that would help maybe the operating performance. But yes, community can access those things, but might not have as much ice time and some of those other amenities that we'll talk about later. So we really looked at, again, keeping back to that public engagement, cost being a consideration, really focus on cost as a real important part of this decision and recommendation. Functionality, again, what are the uses that community can really benefit from? And then aesthetics, in sort of that order versus really focusing the opposite as some of the original plans were. And then another assumption was that amenities with very limited community use would be sort of paid for by other benefiting stakeholders. In other words, the city wouldn't sort of front those costs. It would run very similar to the Agrina that we have now. So city operated. Other examples had, maybe a third party operator. It would run very similar with the staff complement that we have, with some minor exceptions. Obviously, we want to have a little bit more civic presence with some of the other amenities. And again, if there's anything that would require a large number of additional resources, i.e. changing floors, installation, if an event, required that, those would sort of be contracted out, because those would be, few and far between and not as prevalent. And so we wouldn't want to have those resources there all the time for those small number of uses. Any non-ice programming would be focused to the non-ice season. So, the idea here is that, we really want to ensure that, again, to meet the ice needs, that the community during the ice season would get the full benefit of the 2 sheets of ice that are being proposed, and I'll detail a little bit more later. And again, ticket surcharge would be charged for sort of those non-community commercial other events, where such programming includes an entrance fee. No significant revenue or expenses are identified for the non-ice use events. Now, there will be some. And the reason we say that, but because there are some things that lose a little bit. If you recall back to the curling championship, which we held, we lost some revenues. We had to pay a host fee because the benefits that council and administration saw for profile, economic spin-offs, et cetera, made a lot of sense. So there are some things that we might host that would lose a little bit, but there are other things that we might gain. So the idea was that a lot of those would be offsetting. So that wasn't necessarily included as either revenue or expense, and besides the ticket surcharge. And sponsorship would be similar, or even enhanced to what we have in the Agrina or the BPAC. So the new concept, as Mr. Skrepnik said, is a civic center. So I'm going to go over the facility characteristics, and I'll talk a little bit about each one. The total estimated square footage is 130,000. For reference, context for people, council and the public, the TLC is approximately 226,000 square feet. Again, it would be a purpose-built spectator arena. So again, really for hockey and sort of those other ancillary events, but with a second community ice pad, so both NHL size. We would be proposing a pre-engineered construction. Minimum of 1,700 seats. And when we looked at some of, again, this is part of the Mr. Skrepnik's work we've already done with some stakeholders. Important to have at least a minimum of that and some additional seats. And again, the design will be, it'll depend on, whether some of that extra is standing or some fixed, and, what's the best options there. But minimum of 1,700, I would say we wouldn't go, much more than, that 2,100, 2,200 as a maximum. The second community rink would have the basic, bench seating capacity that most standard community rinks have. Obviously, we're going to have increased concession areas, lobbies, and washrooms, as per current standards. So it's going to be a little bit more than what we have at the Agrina, but certainly not as much as we would have in the Sport and Entertainment Center. Similarly, we'd have some mezzanine space or a concourse, and we're proposing that we can also have a community walking track as an amenity that could be utilized in the facility as well. Commercial kitchen again, but not as prevalent or as significant as the original large event center. Similarly with the back of house. Technical capabilities, again, would be more relevant to the design, more than the arena, but again, not as fulsome as the large multi-use sport and entertainment center. But a lot of those things that we just talked about, we could add those things, but that's where we get into the significant costs that were proposed earlier. So that does have some design flexibility, but again, more than what we currently have in the arena. I mentioned that earlier about non-community amenities paid for by partners. And approximately, as we went through a lot of the deep analysis and talking with construction experts and local industry people that we have in contacts, we started talking about including 25,000 square feet of community space, and that got us thinking quite a bit more on what that could be, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Obviously, the facility does have some limitations versus what was, and we want to be really clear to the council and public about what those limitations are. And I've listed them there, and it's basically that you're not going to have those large, expansive ceilings and the ability to have all this rigging. Yes, we're going, and I'll show some examples later where we can do some events that have obviously sound and but it's not, if sound is the main goal in terms of those high-end concerts, this facility does not meet that. Very important that it does achieve the full benefit of 2 community ice sheets. And so that's a key aspect of this as identified earlier. The main catchment area for a facility like this, the classification would be sub-regional. There'd be some, when we host tournaments and minor, tourism events, provincial competitions, of course, they would come from outside of that catchment area, but the main focus is within the Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, Parkland County area, maybe the west side of Edmonton. But we can do things like graduations, Remembrance Day services, local conferences, trade shows, obviously junior hockey, lacrosse, and some of those other flat floor events like cheer competitions, dog shows. Virtual gaming is certainly something that's taking off, and we're seeing take hold in a lot of new facilities or amenities that are happening. Continued. So again, we're trying to be really realistic about the number of event days that would be held in this facility. You have the community type events, the full-on sort of commercial, and of course, junior A hockey. Parking, this would be finalized during design, of course, and we look at exactly what the amenities are going to be, how, when they're being used, etc. So that's subject to the final design, but that's, and as Mr. Skrepnik said, we really want to include a park and ride facility at the desired location, which will be discussed later with council. So community spaces. The first one we have listed here is library. We know, council knows, and as mentioned many times, that the Spruce Grove Public Library is a significant contributor to social, cultural, and even economic vibrancy of the city. The city has examined over the last several years different options to increase library space capacity, and for a variety of reasons, those things didn't come to pass, whether it was timing, etc. Currently, there's approximately 16,000 square foot that they have today. The library has completed a needs assessment, and the report indicated approximately 37,000 square feet needed by 2032. Now, there is some subjectivity and some kind of parameters around those numbers, but and there were some ranges there as well. But this was something clearly identified in the study that a significant increase in space based on our population would be required. Now, to have a standalone facility of that size in today's dollars, it would be roughly between $25 and $30 million in sort of some of the examples and sort of the construction standards and what we've been looking into. And so that certainly was something, in addition to meeting ice needs, would be something that would be challenging for the city in terms of its long-term capital planning. Then we started to see that and know that there are other examples of library space being co-located in recreation or other civic buildings to try and gain some of those efficiencies in terms of space and co-locating amenities. And so we started to do some work around looking into what some of those examples are, and I'll share that a little bit later. So this does signal more of a branch concept for the library versus a single facility. And we're very, the report talks about how there are very few that we found in our population range that have sort of that branch concept. But again, it's certainly something that is better than, being able to not have something for a significant period of time. And so what we are proposing is to include approximately 15,000 square feet for a Spruce Grove Public Library branch in this facility. The total space would then increase to 33,000 because the art gallery would, and we'll talk about that later, would move out of their existing space, so making it about 18,000 and 15,000 then. And again, this is now gets us a lot closer to that needs assessment space, but in about an 8 to 9 years earlier timeframe. And this also gives council, administration, and the library an opportunity to really plan for and evaluate the need for that additional space, maybe a lot more proactively than versus reactively as we grow and trying to figure out how we would be able to afford something like that. And so really excited about what this affords council, the library, and administration a chance to kind of, again, really proactively analyze. Maybe our growth rates slow down, and there's a number of different factors that could go into that, but we'd be really close to what the needs assessment identified. And again, we could look at, this is all part of looking at the longer term, whether there's other opportunities in, the rec hub, other facilities in maybe a different part of the city that would provide access to all quadrants of the city, with most of it being walkable for patrons. So I mentioned the art gallery and the Allied Arts Council, certainly just as important as a library, a very highly valuable programming component in our community. And it is currently located within the Spruce Grove Public Library, which is about approximately 2,000 square feet if you think of what they have in terms of their dedicated space, but also their shared space. They also have a strong partnership with the city in terms of we provide the space in a small grant, but for the most part, the Allied Arts Council operates their programming. In our conversations and stakeholder engagement with them, we certainly, over the years, as we've tried different options and looked at, and even as we discussed this concept with them, we really believe that the visual arts being accessible to as many people as possible is very important. And that being as opposed to their own standalone facility just somewhere else. And so that opportunity to be co-located is a real huge benefit to visual arts. And so the recommendation would be to locate the art gallery, Allied Arts Council, to the Civic Center. And again, final to be worked at with approximately 2,000 square feet of dedicated space. And again, additional shared programming space, maybe a little bit more dedicated space, but also the opportunity to have additional shared space. Black Box Theater. So our culture master plan did talk about additional culture amenities and access to culture, the core strategy of that plan. We do spend a significant portion of our cultural assets right now in Horizon Stage, which is, as council has said many times, and administration as well, it's an asset that has and continues to provide great benefit to the community. Now, I know that this came up earlier, and I can provide a little more context now that there are questions about that long-term future of Horizon Stage, not from a city desire and the city perspective in terms of what we would see and hope for, but there are things that might be out of our control when we look at the Spruce Grove Campus at high school and what that would potentially look at if they did a complete rebuild and the province approved that. So again, as I mentioned earlier, very early stages around that. We are not. We didn't kind of come up with this Black Box Theater in response to that, because we actually had thought of this prior to even finding out of. I think that's a really important distinction for council and the public, is that we had thought about this concept prior to having any knowledge of a potential impact, which again might be many, many years down the road. And so it was in addition to, and of course we'll have to sort through those decisions over the coming years. But I think that was an important distinction to make publicly, is that we had thought about this prior to. This wasn't a reaction to, it certainly may have to be, but that wasn't the impetus behind this suggestion. It was about an opportunity to invest in cultural spaces as per the culture master plan, and then co-locate within a civic center to have those efficiencies and investments in culture, not just in recreation. What is it? Many people might not understand. It's a relatively new concept, but a black box theater is a simple performance space that can vary in size. The key is about simplicity and flexibility. So that can be the requirements of many different types of events. And I'll show you some examples later. But I don't have the exact number because I haven't gone over all the number of years. And I know there's some concern that it's a completely different space. But I would say that probably the vast majority of what we have done in Horizon Stage, and again, hopefully that Horizon Stage stays for many, 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 many years to come, but could have been achieved and done in a very similar fashion in this space. And so it's not that different than what many people are thinking of. It is relatively recent innovation, but it is gaining in popularity due to the flexibility. You can go to as large as something as Horizon Stage, or much more intimate and move seats around, different configurations, etc. And it also can be used, which you'll see in some of the pictures, for a variety. It's also considered a flex space, lectures, hospitality events, all ancillary to the rest of the uses in the facility that can be, like I said, be either separate to or complementary to those other amenities. So the recommendation is approximately 4,500 square feet, subject to design. And you'd be looking more, we're trying to look at more of the closer to the 300 seat. And for context, so it's very, very similar. I've heard a lot of things around that it's a significant downgrade in terms of even seats. I mean, facility aside, we can go through all that, but number of seats, it's very, very close to what we have. So adding the multi-purpose and studio space, of course, recommend 2 rooms with approximately 2,500 square feet. Again, can be used for all things in relation to the many stakeholders and programming that would take place. We've heard questions around, well, what about green rooms, and what about putting costumes out if there's dancing? Those are the kinds of things that multi-purpose spaces can be used for. In addition to, there would be dressing rooms, et cetera, in the black box theater. But just having, whether it's the art gallery, whether it's library, whether it's the black box theater and those ancillary uses, having these multi-purpose spaces are certainly beneficial. And again, can accommodate a whole bunch of different things, from the arts and culture to recreation to the business and even nonprofit community space as well. This is the summary of those community spaces, which just breaks down the square footage and how we allocate that 25,000 square feet, of course, subject to design considerations. So examples. The first one I'll show you is the only one I really talk about, provide some details on, and the rest I'll just talk through. But there was an example of, and the reason we showed this because it was a pre-engineered facility built in Ontario. It's a large facility, similar in size, has a spectator rink, another community rink, has lots of ancillary spaces, running track, office, concession, meeting rooms, et cetera, that you see there. You can see, as I mentioned earlier, faster timelines of construction. This was, of course, the target budget back at that time, but this is what that facility looks like. And as you can see, there is opportunities to sort of enhance the aesthetics up at with the sort of the visual aspect of what people see. But you can see that in the rear areas, and this picture shows it better, that it is a little bit different and sort of having that prefab steel building. But again, have great opportunity to enhance sort of the front facade. This is what that facility looks like in terms of the arena. And you can see the limitations a little bit on the ceiling height in terms of those, the rigging, et cetera, but you can still see a score clock. You can still see a great facility in terms of, media accessibility and having the number of seats. This is just another viewpoint for that same facility. You can see the lobby space, and this is again where the aesthetics can be enhanced. This is just for the arena space, but certainly it can be combined and shared. You can have some architectural features inside. I show this picture because this is, again, some of those ancillary community uses that we'd be looking at. And this looks like a banquet. So you can see a stage, you can see some lights, you can obviously have some sound. This is, in my head goes to graduations and some of those things, and Remembrance Day that you could utilize this facility for, and has that opportunity. This is an example from Okotoks, and I show this simply to show you the community walking track that is part of the concourse level. Same as this facility in Brooks, which has that area in the concourse where community can access it for walking as an amenity, and as well as during events and games, it's that standing room areas. So this is an example of a black box theater. And this was from the BMO Theater in the Shane Holmes YMCA in Calgary. And this is approximately 250 seats, between 200 and 250, depending on, and they can go a little bit lower. So you can see, and I know there's some questions about, sound booths and lighting. You can see that it's there. This is how this looks from the other side. So you can see not only that it does provide opportunities, it is a little bit different space, but you can also see the way in which it's transformed and has the flexibility to be utilized for other things. This is a great example of how that can be utilized for many different things, where the seats roll away, and now you have, whether it be dance, whether you have other VIP, hospitality things, and this just shows the flexibility of what that space can do for the facility and also for the community. And this is just a lot of different pictures. I won't focus on it, but you see a couple other examples of black box configurations and how it rolls back. You can see some of the multi-purpose spaces and just a variety of uses that flex space can be used for. Even again, up in the top right corner, you can see dancers and different things. This is an example of the part on the right on my screen where it says Blackfalds Multiplex is the existing facility which just houses arenas. On the other part where you see the glass, they're proposing more arenas, but also a 15,000 or 16,000 square foot library. So this is would be Blackfalds only library, but this is an example of what we started to see where you could co-locate cultural amenities like the library in recreation facilities. This is the sort of artist rendering of what that library space would look like inside of that recreation complex. And if you actually go on their website, you can see how it is separated quite a bit in terms of lobby and some of the other spaces from the arena. And I know people have talked about sound and things like that and spillover with that. And so that's all part of the design, but this is including outdoor space here for reading and whatnot. And so there's lots of great opportunities for having this library space. So that's just an example of what that would look like. This is certainly just an example of an art gallery. And certainly there's lots of different configurations, and certainly we'll be working with our stakeholders should there be a favorable decision about what that space could look like to maximize that. This is just a generic sort of multi-purpose space. And again, that doesn't change much in terms of the pre-engineered, but you can do some different kind of architectural features. This is actually our BPAC. So this is the Border Craven Athletic Center, one of our multi-purpose rooms that is opened up. And so you can see this is the kind of multi-purpose space, a couple of these that we'd be considering as part of the facility as well. And you can see here just different configurations and different uses to some of that multi-purpose space. Okay, so capital cost estimates. This is what we presented to council and the public in July of last year. And so you see the range, which had no community space, of being around 55.5 to 56.75 million. So the arena only portion, I'll explain a little bit why in a minute, but the pre-engineered low range of what we're seeing is around 43. The mid-range, which would be pre-eng and maybe a traditional combo, or again, maybe enhancing some of the facade. And then the high-end range, again, through some of our refinements, we're still seeing that number lower. And so does include the land above, and we're going to talk about that later to council. But so that's the range. You'll see the difference between what we presented to the public in July of last year. But also the big part of this is that number now is lower, but also includes 25,000 square feet of, and I say shelved community space because, obviously there's some, shelving that the library needs, and some of those components that, when we met with construction experts, they factored in. So then we look at this. We looked at some of those additional community spaces and what potential estimates for capital cost increases might be. Parking, we might be able, again, for design, fit it all. There might be some different furniture, fixtures, and equipment and contingency. So you can see just additional ranges. So that brings the total with some of these estimates to the numbers you see there, which again are still lower than the original with no community space. As Mr. Skrepnik mentioned earlier, we obviously, which was something that will come back to council as part of the corporate plan approvals later, but we have had some look at our long-term capital plan, and we had the original 55.5 million for just the arena. We had some cultural spaces factored in. We didn't have any, detail as to what that would look like, whether it was a large space, whether it was library, whether it was a bunch of little spaces yet. But so our total investment in the arena and cultural spaces in our capital plan was originally 70. And you can see now, and we took the average between the low and midpoint, depending on some of those additional designs. You can see the savings, not only for what just the arena was, but against our total long-term capital plan, because I would say the 70.5 would have been challenging for the city to look at. Operating. Again, this is what we presented in July of 2020 in the public engagement. And we're now, based on the refinement, again, the twin pad up concept, we're looking more at a net deficit of around 490K. Now, just to give some comfort, and the report does go into a little bit more detail, but just here's some examples that we found, which just gives us comfort as well that some of the detailed work that we did is landing in a pretty close estimate. Just a couple of notes though, it does not include annual life cycle costs or debt servicing. And the reason for this is we wanted to compare apples to apples. Some municipalities, depending on grants, depending on timing, have to borrow a lot for a facility. Some may borrow very little. So to include debt servicing in when there's a wide range didn't make a lot of sense, as well as the life cycle cost. We talk a little bit later, Mr. Skrepnik's going to show sort of where those costs are. Our life cycle costs are included in our long-term, or sort of also in another component of our capital planning. So it's certainly, yes, it is a cost to the municipality, but just in terms of the operating apples to apples, we wanted to show you, but also make sure you're aware that what was not included. Similarly, the black box theater impacts are not included. Again, we have got to do a lot more work on that as to what would be the programming, as I mentioned, how we could shift some of our existing resources and investments, not to take away from what we're currently doing, but actually find ways to enhance, find efficiencies. And so there might not be impacts later on as we look at building out the program, but that will certainly be something that would come to council before the final moving forward. Library is not included as well in terms of that operating. However, library admin has done some great work already. We do estimate that the additional grant from the city to Spruce Grove Public Library is about 48.5% higher. And again, close to double size. So you see that you're gaining a lot of the efficiencies by having, certainly, in terms of staffing. So you're not just automatically doubling the amount of staff or doubling the amount of expenses. City admin has looked at a very high level that information that has been provided. We do feel that it is very sound. The rationale is very reasonable and are supportive of the kind of the initial look at some of those numbers. And again, as we certainly look at how we invest in all sorts of culture will be something that will be considered to make sure that those really clear moving forward, what the operating impacts are in above to just the arena. It does include some regional cost share at about 50% of existing. I know we're working through some of those subject to obviously agreements. And then Mr. Skrepnik will talk about capital later. Now, it also doesn't include additional city costs. This is similar when we build more roads, we're going to have to maintain those things. And so when we build other facilities, there are things like snow clearing that actually happen in other areas of the department budgets like parks. So there will be approximately those costs. But again, that would be there as we grow and build new things, we would have those additional components. And again, we already accounted for sponsorship and ticket surcharge, and the report breaks that down in a little bit more detail. So I'm going to stop talking and get a drink and turn this back to Mr. Skrepnik.
Thank you, Mr. Wolanski. And maybe before I go into the financing slides, I guess what I find to be very intriguing and quite frankly quite innovative with this proposed civic center concept is, in my experiences, I've often seen sort of this push-pull relationship in communities between culture and the arts, and sport and recreation. And I think, this is a very bold and innovative move where we're going to propose to bring these communities together. And, I can just envision a time where, families are going to, watch ringette games and, while they're there, stop in at the art gallery and pick up a couple of books on their way home. So I just think it's a real innovative way to bring communities together that traditionally seem to compete for, the attention of municipal investments. What I want to highlight on this slide is back in July of 2020, when we went out for public engagement, we reported to the community about a $57 million investment for basically a spectator arena and a single community pad. And you can see that the tax equivalency at that time was estimated to be in that 7.5% range for both operating and capital. As Mr. Wolanski highlighted, not only have we been able to look at some preliminary cost estimates that would bring the cost of the original proposal down, but significantly reduce the longer-term capital investment required for both culture and recreation, and looking at a way to really maximize and leverage. And again, I think from a community building perspective, really bring these communities together while actually achieving some pretty significant financial savings for the city today and into the future. And you can see here that the tax equivalency is in that 5.7% range. And I'll talk a little bit more of that on this slide here. I want to be, really clear that the tax equivalency that I'm presenting does not imply that the city would raise taxes for these amounts identified. The purpose is really just to highlight the cost as a representation of what it would take in terms of tax revenue. There are many opportunities yet to be explored that will obviously serve to reduce the ultimate debt borrowing, which would bring down that tax equivalency in a fairly significant way. Unlike on the operating side, with respect to capital, there has been no regional contributions to capital considered at this point. And of course, any such investments would reduce the overall cost and debt servicing for this initiative. We will continue to investigate all possible grant opportunities, and there are some that we are already aware of that will just again serve to reduce that city borrowing. I think the other important piece when we think of the tax equivalency discussion is, we do have some borrowing that is coming off the city books in that order of magnitude of about 1.6% from a tax equivalency perspective. So, the ultimate net impact of this new investment, we could see an even further reduction once we consider those debentures coming off the city's balance sheet. So with respect to regional considerations, again, we have not presumed anything in terms of the report. We have presented the concept to both Stony Plain and Parkland County prior to this evening's meeting. And I think, what's been fairly well communicated and documented is that the city of Spruce Grove continues to take the lead in terms of ice development that is identified within the 2017 regional facility study. We know that actually as we speak, or they may have already gotten through their agenda item, but the town of Stony Plain is investigating other recreational needs at their council meeting tonight from that 2017 study. And those areas are contemplating, additional capacity for dry floor space, multi-purpose spaces, fitness, and investigating the feasibility of covering the outdoor pool in the town. Obviously, we're open and willing to discuss partnerships with Stony Plain on their facility, and certainly hoping that we can also include Parkland County in these regional discussions on our Civic Center proposal. In terms of stakeholder engagement, leading up to this public presentation here tonight, we have had several meetings in the last few weeks with Spruce Grove Saints, our minor ice sports associations, the Library Administration Board on several occasions. We've spoken with the Allied Arts Council, the Stage Lighters, Horizon Players, Parkland School Division, TLC, and obviously the town and county. So we've started that important work, and we know that there's a lot of important work to continue, and we look forward to doing so. I want to say that at this point, overall, the feedback has been extremely positive. So, I think this bold and innovative approach to trying to find a way to address community needs, whether that be in the space of culture and the arts and in the recreation and sports field, is indicative of why we've gotten some very positive feedback from our stakeholders up to this point. And obviously, if this motion is approved by council, there's significant work that needs to happen with respect to design and the finer details. So in terms of next steps, we're here tonight looking for feedback from council. We're looking to get support from council on the facility type. That will help us really inform the preliminary design and further refinement of our partnerships, stakeholder engagement, and really our ultimate costs for this project. We will talk later this evening in camera around land assembly for the Civic Center. Just in terms of our public communications after the decision, and I'll just get David to throw those up for me. We will be looking to develop a project delivery plan as outlined in the report. What we would be doing is, if there's a favorable decision tonight, is putting out a tender for preliminary design and construction management as soon as possible. This will help us refine programming, design features, etc., and finalize any necessary agreements throughout the summer and fall of this year. And I think this next item is really important to highlight, that there will be an update to council in the fall related to the preliminary design, final financial analysis, and the elements and amenities and information around our utilization of partnerships and maximizing grants. And that really will be kind of the go, no go decision for council, whether to proceed to full design and construction following that fall presentation. Assuming a go decision, obviously we would continue with detailed design over the winter. We would look to tender construction in the spring, with that commencing just as quick as possible in 2022. And as Mr. Wolanski mentioned, looking at a pre-engineered build, it can be done quicker, which is in some respects not only advantage on the capital cost piece, but also get some of our stakeholders into the facility sooner than expected. So with that, Mr. Mayor, a lot there, a lot in the report, and Mr. Wolanski and I and others are happy to take any comments or questions from council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Skrepnik, for the presentation, and another thank you to administration for a lot of detailed work to get us to the stage of something that the stakeholders that you talked to and identified found this concept very appealing, and turns out that ending up meeting a lot of the needs of those citizens and the community groups that we've talked to. I don't know anything that we've done more research on within this region, and I know the city has taken the lead, but it's been an extensive process, dating back to 2009. It clearly identified the needs for a number of things in the region, particularly ice, swimming pools, field houses, and such. And I will say that the city of Spruce Grove has never been afraid to step up and take the leadership on the needs and assessment within the region. And I want to be clear that this started out and will continue to be a regional conversation. This is a regional project for Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, and Parkland County, and the residents who reside in this region. And the presentation today is contemplated, cost analysis without any contributions from our regional partners. So that's the great part about the next steps in the process to determine, what those kind of partnerships can be. The partnerships, of course, are key to making this more affordable for all of us. And it's not certainly up to the city of Spruce Grove to provide all the regional amenities to our region. I think think some of the key elements in 2009 and 2017 and again in 2021 have clearly identified where we need to go. And I know we all know, there's a lot more work to do on this. I'm going to save my comments, for the end, of course, but I appreciate the very unique and approach to the project, especially where on the feedback that we got from the community in regards to a variety of things, meeting the broader needs of the community and how our administration has been able to adapt and roll with it and taken a real strategic look at what we could achieve on a broader scale to meet the broader needs of the entire community. And I'm really impressed with the presentation so far this evening. And I'll open up the floor to my colleagues on City Council and in regards to the presentation and the work that still needs to be done. And I'll start with Councillor Roth. Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must say, and Mayor Houston has already mentioned this, that you can tell that a great deal of work has gone into that just from the depth of information that's contained in the report and being aware, as some of us are, of some of the engagement that's already occurred. I think that Mr. Wolanski has done a really good job of engaging with many potential user groups and others in the community that would be affected by this. I know that Mr. Wolanski, for example, in one meeting, Mr. Skrepnik attended as well with the Spruce Grove Public Library Board. Mr. Wolanski has attended 2 meetings, and I know that he's done a lot of work with Library Director Leanne Miglin-Carter as well. And I know that he's also engaged with the Spruce Grove Saints and the Art Gallery and minor hockey too. So a lot of that work has been done. And I think that's wonderful. I have some questions and some comments that are probably going to be asked or mentioned a little randomly because I've got a page and a half of notes. And a lot of the things that I had indicated in my notes, put into my notes, I've already crossed off. To Mr. Wolanski, you mentioned the number of parking stalls, and I know that this is a concern that was expressed by one of the Spruce Grove Public Library trustees as to the number of stalls being sufficient to meet the needs of this facility plus park and ride and other parking needs, people who might want to park there for various other things within the area. So are we confident that the number of parking stalls will be sufficient to meet all the anticipated needs for parking?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Roth. So yes, we believe the preliminary numbers, we're pretty confident because it's not based on just, we've again talked to construction experts. We did go back and look at some of the other parking analysis that was done in some of the previous iterations. And we've added to the separate park and ride. And so we do believe that we're fairly confident that it'll be close. Again, subject to refinement when we look at exactly what the amenities are going in, what times they're used, how the park and ride, we gain efficiencies with that in terms of the times of day, et cetera. So we are pretty confident that the estimates that we've provided to you today and in the report make sense, and the capital costs associated with that, but certainly subject to refinement and more detailed parking analysis based on the uses that have been added.
Okay, you might want to stay on camera because I think you'll be the best one to answer a lot of these, but what about the impact, potential impact on the user, the use at the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Center, which I believe we are like a 49% owner of?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Houston, through to Councillor Roth. So it is a great question, and it is something that certainly as we looked at this facility and looked at the 2017 study, let's start there. The region, the studies clearly identified the need for ice, and I know there's been a question actually that's come up where that I've seen already where what about trends in terms of ice? And yes, the trends nationally are a slight decrease in ice sports. However, based on our growth, based on how fast we've, our population, it's still needed. And that 2017 study factored into those trends in rates and growth changes, and still identified that it identified 2.5 sheets by 2026. So this covers most, if not all of that. And so we certainly don't think the ice is any kind of competition. We could build these sheets. I know minor hockey, anyone listening will probably be nodding right now, and they will be filled right away. And so there is really no competition from the TLC perspective in terms of ice. The other amenities that we're proposing, the library is, certainly something that we are looking at and needing to provide to our community, and isn't a competition to the TLC. And then similar with the theater, we have Horizon Stage now, and that's not a competition to. The community walking track certainly might be an amenity that would be utilized, but I think that there's a need, if we've seen anything in COVID and some learnings, that people have that desire to recreate even more, especially during the winter. And so there might be some small things, Councillor Roth, like our Remembrance Day ceremony that might shift to this facility, but we've outgrown that in many ways already. And so we see very little, and we looked at that analysis in terms of very little impact or competition with the TLC. We think both will be very successful in our community and will serve the population. We keep saying sometimes when we become mid-sized, but we are mid-sized. And so I think they will be completely complementary to each other versus competition.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I could, I would just augment by saying, the clear differences between TLC and the Civic Center is there is no aquatics and there is no fitness. So I think, there is a pretty significant differentiation between the two facilities that clearly wouldn't be competing.
Okay. What I'll call my next question or statement is about what I will call a culture deficit in our city. I think we have one. I'm not sure that all of my colleagues agree, but I believe that we have one. And I think they're members of the culture community. So obviously they're biased, and we heard from Stephen Marsh during public question and answer period. But I think, and we talked about this recently, where I believe that Spruce Grove has the Horizon Stage. I'm going to ask a question about that as well in a moment, but we have the Horizon Stage. Stony Plain, I think, does a better job of what I'll call grassroots culture. So I'm pleased to see that there are considerations in this facility that are our attempt to address what I consider to be a culture deficit. A question about the Black Box Theater, and Mr. Wolanski, your description and discussing the differences between a Black Box Theater and the current Horizon Stage. In Europe, I think I know the answer to this, at least I know what my answer would be, but is the Black Box Theater necessary if we have the Horizon Stage for, I think either you or Mr. Skrepnik used the words many, 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 many years. Is the Black Box Theater still necessary?
Mayor Houston, through to Councillor Roth. I believe so. And I believe it's an enhancement of, I believe it provides, again, you look at some of the flex space that it can be used for. It's not just about performing arts. It's ancillary to all of the other uses in there, in the facility, like Allied Arts Council, like recreation, like VIP hospitality events. And so it's not just about that, although it would be used primarily for I would say artistic performances, endeavors, etc. So I do believe when I look at the culture master plan in terms of more access to cultural amenities, that yes, even if Horizon Stage stays for a number of years, I think it's a great asset to be added to the cultural foundation that we have in their region.
Okay, there are several things I like very much about this plan. And I think in the former Sport and Event Center, for example, I think I didn't agree with the numbers. I think these numbers look more accurate. I think the revenues are, in my opinion, more accurately estimated and stated. And I think that the cost, my biggest problem with the Sport and Event Center was I think the revenues were significantly overstated, which doesn't seem to be happening here. I'm going to flip over to the library. I like the addition of space, which basically it kind of doubles the amount of space that will be available to the Spruce Grove Public Library. So I want to ask you a question, Mr. Wolanski, because you had some private conversations with our library director that the board was not party to. The question was asked of Leanne in one of the in-camera sessions, and I know what her answer was, but maybe her answer might have been a little bit different. But does she have any concerns about the challenges in operating a library of over 30,000 square feet in two different locations?
Mr. Mayor, through to Councilor Roth. So, again, I'm going to preface this by saying, you're asking me to sort of speak on behalf of someone else, but in our conversations and in the work that she did, which again, I would reiterate was fantastic and did a lot, which helped us out a lot. It wasn't like, okay, City of Spruce Grove, you figured this out. She spent a lot of time and effort talking with other locations, talking with other examples, getting some both capital operating numbers and examples, and then really looking at it from a rationale on how it would operate. I feel it's very sound, and I don't feel, based on our conversations, or that she feels that there's going to be, significant operational challenges. It'll be new. It'll be, wow, we're getting double space, so we're going to have this new space, and how we're going to manage that. But those are exciting opportunities versus, I would say, being significant challenges to. And again, I don't think they would be much more significant in my conversations than if we had one standalone facility that you'd have to manage those additional, things as well with a much larger standalone facility. So I don't think having the two locations provides much more incremental concern from an operational standpoint, based on our conversations and my opinion as well.
Okay, and that is essentially what she said when this question was asked. It was a meeting that you were in. It was an in-camera session, and I asked the same question and basically got the same answer. I'm glad to see that the numbers, the financial numbers, don't seem to depend on any significant amount of regional cooperation financially, because I've been through this so many times over the years, and I've seen this happen many, many times where we try to do good work, and maybe we do, but we just can't reach agreement that would satisfy all parties, where everybody comes to the table and contributes in a meaningful financial way. Because I'm hopeful, but I'm not confident that we're going to get the level of support that we would like to have in order to make this more financially viable. Not to say that it's not financially viable now. I just don't see that happening. Okay, just maybe a closing comment. I'm almost done. And my closing comment is that I think our investment of this will help to secure our investment in ICE for quite a few years. Oh, sorry, before I do that, your conversations with the Spruce Grove Saints, how did those turn out? Like, I know you referenced the Saints a little bit, but you didn't give us a lot of detail. Are they happy with the 1,700 plus seats, potentially as many as 2,100 or thereabouts? Is that going to comfort them so that they can give us an assurance that they're going to be viable here for many years?
Mr. Skrepnik, I think, has had more conversations. So.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wolanski. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Roth. Yeah, I've had a few conversations with ownership and senior leadership of Salon Air Sport, and those conversations have been extremely positive. I would say that they are excited, and I suspect they're probably watching tonight. We've made it clear that we would be looking for some supports in recognition of some of those costs that would be more directly attributable to their enterprise, and obviously they're very, very open to those discussions. I think they're also looking at an opportunity to to maybe show some goodwill to the community, and I'll maybe just leave it at that in terms of seeing their position as a community builder in this region, and I'm really excited for that too. So I would say that everything that I've had in terms of conversations with the ownership group have been nothing but positive, and again has not been factored into the financial analysis. So again, I'm anxious and hopeful that the financials can be approved based on some of the discussions with our stakeholders.
Okay, and a question perhaps to Mr. Wolanski. Minor hockey, are they happy?
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Roth, yes, and I was going to supplement Mr. Skrepnik's comments by saying I think it's very important to acknowledge publicly the patience that both Saints organization has had as we've gone through this process, and also our minor sports groups. And so, yes, our minor sports groups obviously are really happy with moving forward and making a decision, hopefully, and going to the next steps in the process, as the mayor indicated, about addressing those ice shortages as soon as we can. And so that's what they've expressed to us. But also, I will say that they have expressed that they see they didn't want it to be, I'm paraphrasing them, but not just about them, that they do see some of these additional community amenities as being really positive for the city of Spruce Grove.
Okay, I have some more things I could say, but I'll cut it off there. I've monopolized the time long enough. Thank you, Mayor Houston. I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. To Councillor McKenzie. And then
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration. First off, I just really want to thank administration for this presentation. I really, really feel like we're on the right track. We've hit it here. You know, back in the day, I look at the last 3.5 years, and I have always been in support of building something. And back in the day, I know I always said, it's not a question of, you know, building the building, it's what we put inside the building. And administration has listened, and they listened to, I believe, us as a council, as well as they've listened to our community. And this is an amazing presentation today, and I'm really excited to move forward with this. Just like Councillor Roth had talked, and I believe all of my colleagues also believe this, I do see a shortfall in our community with the culture, and I've always supported it on all levels. And this option, again, is just addressing it, and I'm so pleased. Where I'm struggling, and Councillor Roth kind of talked about it a little bit, I want to look at it a little bit different way, but it is looking at the Black Box Theatre. And thank you, Mr. Wolanski, as you did indicate this during your presentation. And I think, you know, had it not come forward with the public school division and it was out, you know, as to potential jeopardy of the Horizon stage, this would have been a beautiful presentation to complement it. And you know, I appreciate that you said that in the conversation, and I think that we need to make sure that we're communicating that, because the Black Box is definitely a step down from the Horizon stage, and yet it in my mind, it is also a step up with being able to offer even different sorts of things. But definitely my worry is, you know, that it will be in the future, if potentially we do lose the Horizon stage or it goes down that road, there could be the talk of, well, we've got the Black Box, so we're good. And I really don't want to see that lost in our community. So I guess I did a little bit of the math, and when you look at the 25,000 square feet of the community space, 4,500 of it is for the Black Box Theatre. And I know Councillor Roth asked the question, and I also agree. I think that it is a need. However, it is a concern if that's 18% of the space. So if you look at the cost that we've, you know, within there, we've said it's the 5 million or the 6 million on the low and high end. That's close, basically 900 to $1 million for the Black Box component of, if you just did a straight, you know, percentage of the area. And I get that that's not the true cost, but my concern is, you know, and during your presentation, you said, the Horizon stage and where we're at right now with the school board and where we're moving forward, it is many, many years that we potentially could lose it. And I guess my worry is we truly don't know that, or at what certainty do we know that, you know, we won't be looking at replacing the Horizon stage in the next, 3 years?
I could take a stab at this. So, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor McKenzie, I think, and this would just be my opinion, so it's not based on any conversations that I've had with Alberta Infrastructure or with anybody from the province. But, I know that there is huge demand for modernization and rebuild of schools across this province. I know that there is only so much capacity that the province has within its budgets. And I know that, but what I don't know is where this would rank across other communities in the province. But I think Mr. Wolanski mentioned something like 117 on the list. My sense would be that it would be, 3 to 5 years before, and this is just my opinion, so please don't hold me to it. But my sense is it would be 3 to 5 years before a decision is made, and then whatever time it takes to actually build. And that assumes if the decision is to do a rebuild as opposed to a modernization. So, I think we are going to see many more years of enjoyment out of Horizon Stage. And I think to Mr. Wolanski's point, the Black Box Theatre would just certainly serve as a nice complementary for the performing arts in the community. So I know it's not an answer, it's just my opinion, but I think it's a reasonable perspective on the pressures that the province has on their capital budgets.
And Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor McKenzie, if I could supplement, I think one of the things, as I mentioned earlier about the library, in terms of what this allows us to do is it's close to what that needs assessment said, but it gives us that time frame to kind of do an analysis about how we're going to do the additional space. Do we need the additional space? How's it working? Does the way in which libraries change over time shift? And it gives us that opportunity to be proactive in that analysis versus being reactive. Similarly, as Mr. Skrepnik said, in terms of the timing, this gives us an opportunity to be proactive. And as we go through those options and as we learn more about what might happen with Horizon Stage, then we also start seeing the kinds of things that this theater can do in the Civic Center. And that's I know it's new for some people, and I personally do not believe it's necessarily a downgrade. I know of 2 examples in Calgary. Storybook Theatre is one of the largest children's theatre companies in Canada that I used to manage. So I'm very intimately familiar with them. And also Front Row Center Players, which is very similar to our local theatre group, community theatre group, are both housed out of the Bennington Arts Center, which is a 180-seat theatre. They do 400 performances a year and over 50,000 people through that facility at only 180 seats. Which is more than we do at Horizon Stage. So, and they do full-on Sound of Music, whole bunch of musicals, and they have very limited similar space. So my point is simply that this allows us the opportunity to see what things we can do with it, and gives the opportunity to plan, as Mr. Skrepnik said, over that time with what's going to happen with Horizon Stage, and if it can be kept, how we can add to that. And so it allows us to be proactive and enhance culture now and shift and rethink how we do it over a time period versus us having to react tomorrow and build something that might not meet the long-term needs.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And I did kind of feel that way. And so, Mr. Skrepnik, I won't hold you to your word and say that that's going to happen, but it's just nice to have that comfort that I think that, I think our community got stirred up a little bit more than it needed to be with the presentation. And I agree. And, I know myself, and I believe this council doesn't want to see the Horizon Stage going. And I dislike that this presentation is you know, has been in my mind tainted a little bit, because I think this is such a good news story that we can complement. And, you know, and I don't think the Horizon Stage is going away anytime too quick. The other thing that I wanted to say is thank you again for looking at the regional component. And I understand that, you know, we need to be talking to our regional neighbors and hopefully they'll be joining. But the one thing, you know, with the town of Stony Plain, looking at other recreational needs, and where I've been struggling a little bit is having conversations with people. It's amazing because every single person you talk to has a different idea and a different need, you know. And like even just the other day I had somebody asking me about, well, can't you put in racquetball and squash? And you know, and I've been fortunate with my kids and my travels with my daughter and her ringette. You know, I've seen some things, and I've seen some facilities that have things like that within it. But you can't be everything to everybody. And again, I thank administration, because I think this presentation, you guys have hit it out of the park and that facility is going somewhere else. But the last thing that I want to also comment is a huge thank you to Mr. Shrepnick when you talk about the financial component of this. And your comment about the percentage tax. And I think, again, that is something that we really, really need to communicate as we move forward with this decision. Just because we're saying a certain percentage tax, we're just giving that comparable. And so thank you for addressing that. And I really think we need to make sure that our community understands that, no, it doesn't mean that next year your taxes are going up that much. And we're increasing it. And I think COVID has taught us that we can look at ways of being innovative and doing that. So yeah, all that being said, I really believe administration has done well here, and we do have a lot of work to do, but it's exciting, and I'm in favor of moving forward with this tonight. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Grilke, and then Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few questions through to administration. Firstly, regarding the library grant, you had in the slides that the estimated additional grant for the Spruce Grove Public Library is about 48.5%. Now, I just want to make sure, because we've had a misstep in the past where we didn't include appropriate staffing and materials for extra space that we were able to give to the library, and so it wasn't usable space. I just want to make sure that in that 48.5%, people and furniture and books are all included in that grant increase.
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Grilke. So the sorry, I'm hearing feedback if that's me. So the operating numbers that talk about the grant were for sort of the moving forward, right? So some of the things about additional collections, but it's mainly about the staffing, the programming, additional computers, some of those things. The capital components of when you build, and here's what included: shelving and obviously collections, which are included in some of those capital estimates. So when you build it, here's what that is. Those are one-time costs. The grant indicated is about the ongoing future years costs. And so it does factor in staffing, does factor in the ongoing sort of year-over-year expenses.
Okay, and I think the feedback is me, my furnace just kicked in, it's cold in here. It just seemed low because we're doubling the size essentially, and to only be up, you know, 48.5%. I would have assumed it would be double, but I will trust the experts in those fields. Just a quick question about the deficit on the Agrina and the proposed deficit for the Civic Center. Does the Civic Center deficit include what would be, or where does the Agrina deficit go losing its major tenant and that tenant getting transferred to the Civic Center? I just want to make sure that that is captured. Obviously, we're going to lose the Saints, or we're going to move the Saints over lateral, but that Agrina deficit of $350,000, where does that go? And I just want to make sure that we're capturing that somewhere in those numbers.
Mr. Mayor, through to Councilor Grilke, great question. And so we did talk through that with administration, and that we didn't, when we looked at the numbers, the Saints then goes to the new facility in terms of that revenue, but it will be more than made up for by increased community usage. And we think actually a little bit more. And so even though minor hockey rates are a little bit less, we think they're with a little bit more usage, it's going to be very, very similar. So the Agreena revenue or subsidy would stay the same, even though the Saints are moving. So it'll be definitely utilized by the rest of the community group. So we didn't make any change to the Agreena subsidy based on that.
Okay, that helps. And it just also, Councillor Roth had asked my question about the effects of the TLC. You had come to the TLC and presented this, and that was the major question was, is it seen as a competing facility in the region or a complementary one? And I think we can all agree that it is a complementary one. In discussion of the black box portion, it is an unfortunate turn of events that the announcement by the province was made so early on in the process, because I really truly believe, and I think Councillor McKenzie had said that this is a beautifully complementary space, and that if those two decisions weren't so close together, I mean, this is a no-brainer to include this in this facility. I think it will be well used and it's beautiful, and those two things shouldn't be mutually exclusive. We shouldn't not include the black box theater just because we're unsure of what will happen for the Horizon stage. I think that's one of the reasons why we should include it, so that we have that facility to complement our arts and culture in the community, and then work with the province to kind of not further the decision, but to be prepared for whatever that decision may be, and adjust accordingly. But because if we were to not build this black box and the Horizon stage got shut down, what a devastating blow to the arts and culture community in Spruce Grove. So I'm happy to see this portion move forward. And I know we'll continue to keep us informed on what's happening with the Horizon stage. So just my final comment, the iterations that even this council has seen over the last 3.5 years has gone from 79 million to just ice to this iteration, and I'm very pleased that administration has reflected on, I think, what council has communicated, what we've heard from the community, which is more community space, not just about ice, and to be more thoughtful in our delivery. And I think that you've accomplished that, and I'm so excited to see this come to fruition. Of course, I would love to see it have pools and court facilities and all of those things. But again, we have to share in our responsibility for the region. And I hope that our regional partners will come to the table and with dollars and ideas and support. So those are my thoughts. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Grilke, for the comments. Appreciate them. I'm going to go to Councillor Acker. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, administration, for an excellent report. I had a ton of questions going through it, but even through your delivery tonight, you answered a whole bunch of them. So let me first start off with the good stuff. I am so relieved to see in this plan that you've expanded the amenities, listened to the feedback we got from our residents that it needs to be more than just ice. I'm happy to see that captured. I'm really happy to see you've lowered the capital and operating costs for a facility. That is exciting. I'm really happy that we're working towards the regional collaboration on this facility, because it does meet that identified ice needs in our region, and hopefully that will pursue, and I'm looking forward. I'm a little more confident than Councillor Roth. I think we can do it. I think we have some great neighbors, and it's a benefit to us all, so I'm looking forward to that. I like how the facility is being tied in with the park and ride, and it's important because we're hearing concerns. I know the library, the public that are hearing about this facility are saying the location. I'm not sure about the location. But now if we're looking, ensure that we have our trail system that runs up to this facility. You can get on a local bus to get there. There's adequate parking. I think it will resolve some of those concerns of where we're going with this building, because I know it's one that I've been asked about. So I'm happy with the park and ride there. And most of all, I think your slide on the assumptions or your principles of talking that the focus here is on cost, ensuring that it's at a a cost that's affordable to the city and building to the needs of the community rather than throwing money into something that looks nice or it's serving a wider market. And we're actually talking about our local and sub-regional needs in this facility. I think framing this project in that way has brought my support farther along. I know the original multi-purpose spectator arena, I wasn't too supportive. The cost was too high for the residents and the benefit there wasn't, encompassing all the different walks of life in our community. So adding culture, arts, and sport into one facility, I think it's a win-win-win. So hopefully moving forward as we continue to grow, we're looking at those opportunities to integrate those, because I think it's a brilliant idea. I can see myself, dropping off, do a program in one place or watching a hockey game at the same time. So fantastic. So the questions I got, the location, and I brought that up, but I think as long as we can communicate to our public how we're going to design that roadway into this, I don't think people have a grasp of how much land is still back there to be developed. And this is going to spur that development of new restaurants and pubs and microbreweries and a quality of life around that area, plus homes and activities. I think we need to really paint that picture of the city investing in facilities in a growing area. Makes sense, because I believe at one point when we looked at the entire annex land at the time when we took that side of the city over, there were some 30,000 homes that are going to be built out in that side of the town. So it's important that we're developing and spreading our facilities throughout. So I think location, as long as we communicate that. The big one is going to be on the tax impact. And I know you've talked about the equivalency, but there's concerns, especially nowadays, and I've got the calls this week. It's COVID, guys. What are you looking at building a facility? And I have to explain to them, well, this isn't going to be built today. And, and all indications are we'll be vaccinated through this pandemic before this facility opens. So don't worry about that. We need to move forward on some of the needs in our community, and we have to do some good planning and start putting the nuts in place. But I'm happy to hear when Mr. Skrepnik said that there's still that go discussion that will happen post-election, depending on who's around the council table. You find the numbers, you see what the financial impacts are, see what our regional partners might be bringing to the table, perhaps what the Saints might be bringing to the table, and get an idea of what those impacts would be. I'm happy with that. I can wait until and see what the future decision might be when you have those numbers, because I don't see us holding them up on that. But I believe that the numbers you've given us are rational. I think they're fair. I don't believe you're overestimating profits, and you're being very realistic and conservative on the cost. So I appreciate that, and I think that's a good place to start. The first question I got for you, when I looked at the auditor's report and now in this plan, are we going to be able to build this facility within our existing city policy debt limit? Because when I did the crunching numbers, it doesn't look like it's pretty close. Just some confirmation on that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Acker, and certainly Ms. Frosted can weigh in. But short answer is yes, we do have some debentures that are coming off our balance sheet. The attractiveness of this is that it, even at the maximum contemplated in our presentation today, which I fully anticipate will come down, we are still well within the city's prescribed debt limits. But I could ask Ms. Frosted to confirm that as our CFO.
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Acker, Mr. Skrepnik is correct. And if council remembers discussions on the long-term capital plan as well, there was an inclusion of 43 million for this facility, but also still that 15 million for cultural spaces that was included in a fully funded plan. So it is within the city's own debt limit policy as well.
Wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that. I know previously on previous iterations of this project, that would have been an issue we would have to look at and increasing to go into the debenture. So I'm happy to hear that. And I'm happy to hear that we're looking at other grants and opportunities to reduce that debenture in whatever ways we can. So I think that's important. There's a lot of nervousness out there in our community with residents and businesses about the future of Alberta, the economy, the city, and there's a lot of worry out there. But I think as long as we can answer those questions, ensure that we're finding those efficiencies, keeping the pencil sharp, that we need to still continue to grow and provide amenities for new families and new people moving to our community. So I'm very happy to see a library expansion. I know that's been talked about for, I think, decades, and 60 years as the library celebrating their anniversary. I think it's important that we're looking at that next iteration of what the library could be within our community. So that's exciting. And I share the concerns with just the timing with the whole Horizon stage that may have clouded this black box, because I think it's a brilliant idea. It's going to provide new opportunities for people to get out, or their kids to perform in, or activities to be involved in. So I think it's a great amenity to include in our community. So I don't have any tough questions. I'm happy with the plan so far. I think you're on the right track. I'm happy that we're going to still do some work on the consultations. Oh, the one thing I had a question on, and it's the next steps that we're going to communicate with our residents. Is there any possibility of doing any two-way communication? This is our plan. We haven't come out to the community with this type of amenity. We've come up with them with the other. Is there a way we can get some feedback from the community on what they're thinking about?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Acker. I think, depending on the outcome of the decision, that in of itself is going to generate a lot of community discussion. I think you're going to hear from many in the community that think this is an excellent idea. I think you're going to hear, you obviously in any sort of diverse community, you're going to hear some that say that it's maybe not a wise choice, but I think that in of itself is going to garner quite a bit of discussion. I think you as councillors will hear a lot directly from our residents, and I suspect we will as well. We do have a communications plan depending on the outcome of the decision tonight, but I wanted to be clear that we aren't contemplating any more community consultation. Like, I think as the mayor mentioned, we have done quite a bit of consultation on this, and I think what you see here tonight is a result of that active community consultation and that engagement, and I think what we've put in front of council here tonight reflects those genuine comments from our community. So at least that's what we would recommend. Certainly open to any other sort of thoughts from council on that, but definitely communication will be an active piece of this going forward.
Perfect. And any communication I believe that administration may get, they'll be shared in some type of report throughout the process, so that we're understanding the stuff we don't hear at the door, or at the phone call, or at the grocery store. That's fine. I don't believe we're looking for them to reinvent what is being presented, but just ensure that we're communicating what it is, how we're going to pay for it, and what it includes. So thank you for the presentation. Much appreciated.
And Mr. Mayor, I would maybe just add too that, we also will get probably an indication of what the decision was in Stony Plain when we think about some of the other amenities. So when we talk about, the people in our community that are wondering about some of the other recreational amenities that were identified there, we're hoping to get some answers that we would obviously be communicated regionally as well, or be out there in the region.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. I really appreciate the feedback on some of the perspectives. I think you pretty much summarized a lot of what I was going to say, but I really appreciated it. Right on the dot. Okay, Councillor Oldham, and then Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you, Mayor. And I echo my colleagues' rave reviews for this report. We had many consultants, specific consultants, come through council chambers, and you've done a much better, more thorough, accurate job in a much shorter period of time. And I really appreciate the work that's been done to this point. So excited to move forward. And I do have some questions for tonight. It's really nice to see that overall the feedback's been positive. We did, however, receive kind of a letter of concern today from the president of the Horizon Players, and then the call from Mr. Marsh tonight regarding the Black Box Theatre. So one question, and I've had some conversations with residents over the course of the last week or so as well. So one question specific for the facility is, if there's a sporting event going on at the same time as something important in the library, or even the patrons in the library, or the theater being used for a production or rehearsals, how does this facility work in terms of the sound and ensuring that everyone kind of has their own space when competing events are going on?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Oldham, great question. It was something that the library board asked as well, and certainly that'll be part of the design principles and the design considerations. So when we meet with the design consultant that will be chosen at some point through the public process, we would obviously identify that. What I can say is we do know that there are other facilities that have this, and I use the example of the BMO Theatre in the Shane Holmes YMCA, which I'm very familiar with. I actually have a tour set scheduled for next weekend on that to show me kind of some of the things that they've done and what the facility actually looks like. But it is right next to their aquatics, and it's allowed. And I've been through that facility, and they don't have any spillover. So it's design principles around sound attenuation and some of those things that to make sure that there isn't that spillover. And some of it is even just spacing where the things are in the facility, how they face and stuff. So absolutely a concern, and making sure that that'll be addressed.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Wolanski, your reference earlier, and I mean, it's a matter of opinion, and everyone's allowed to have different perspectives, and that's all wonderful and needed in our community. But from the horizon stage to the black box, and maybe some of the differences that are there, and can you help me understand? And so some examples that I have written down here, dressing room space, you maybe addressed that a little bit, ticket taking space, intermission and pre-show space for the spectators, the technical aspects of what the theater can bring in terms of the lighting and whatnot, accessibility for patrons, washrooms. Are these all amenities that will either likely be included to kind of bridge the difference between the two facilities, or could possibly be considered as we move through the design phase and the engagement and consultation phase with the stakeholders involved?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through to Councilor Oldham, absolutely. So as we go through the design, kind of preliminary design, and even later on the detail, that'll all be stuff we worked out. So there will be some things that'll be kind of separate from, but also the whole idea is that we're going to take advantage of and some of the efficiencies, whether that's main lobby space, but then there is some separate space, and some of those kind of considerations for sure. There are dressing rooms that are contemplated. Again, that's in the example that I've seen. Again, some of the sound and lighting components. Yeah, the biggest differences between is, well, although Horizon Stage unfortunately doesn't have a lot of wing space either, but some of those kinds of things and the fixed seating components. But again, when I look at quality, and I use an example of the We Will Rock You show that I know BMO Theatre did. It's Queen, it's loud, it's theater, it's amazing, and that was held at that theater as well. So yes, there's a lot of those ancillary spaces, or when you talk about if you have a dance recital, or if you have some of those other things, that's where the multi-purpose spaces. Right now, they actually spill over into the lobby or the lounge in the comp, which isn't the best space for a theater either. This will actually probably be enhanced to have those multi-purpose spaces used during that. Instead of having costumes laying out over in the lounge, they would be able to have those kinds of things in the multi-purpose spaces ancillary to theater uses.
So would it be fair to say then that as we move forward, these kind of things are all up for discussion, and I mean, obviously there's limited space and that space probably is fairly set, but within that space, there's some flexibility to work with the groups to meet their needs as best as possible.
Absolutely, and the engagement is just begun, and I've tried to reiterate that to several of the groups that I met with, that you're going to see lots of us moving forward. This is just the beginning stages as we work through preliminary design. So
awesome. As Ms. Frostad pointed out earlier, we do have $15 million in our long-term capital plan for culture. Is it safe to assume that whatever we spend on the culture department, the library and the black box or whatever else, whatever number that ends up being, $5 or $6 million, that the amount of money remaining, 9 or 10 or whatever $1 million it is at the end, will remain in our long-term capital plan under the arts and culture kind of banner?
Mr. Mayor, through to Councilor Oldham. So I don't know if that's, it's something we would come back to council with on the corporate plan, but the intent is that we think, based on this plan, that in the 10-year window, which again, it's a moving document and it's a moving, subject to new things that could happen. And then obviously it's going to change every year, but we do believe that in the 10-year window, when we think of library, think of some of these concerns, again, caveat being Horizon Stage and that, but that we will have met the cultural and recreation needs for the 10-year window. subject to change, of course. So that would be something we'd bring back to council once we kind of finalize that recommendation and thoughts.
Yeah, and to your point, if this is our second theater type space, then we likely will have met that. But if not, I would hate to remove that chunk of money that's kind of earmarked for culture and theater, and not have that option as a council. And I know those are council decisions that we have to make down the road, but I would certainly advocate to keep that money in that pot until that Parkland School Division and Government of Alberta decision is really finalized and we have a better sense of where things are at and how we can move forward. But that's a discussion for another day. I did a little bit of research this weekend and looked back through the Parkland School Division board meeting minutes, and Spruce Grove Composite High School was priority number 1 for Parkland School Division 3 years ago, and it got declined. And it was priority number 1 for Parkland School Division 2 years ago, and it got declined. And it was priority number 1 for Parkland School Division this past year, and it got declined. So to Mr. Skrepnik's comments earlier, none of us know what the future holds, but there certainly is a long line of capital projects, and it's hard to say when that will actually get the approval, because there's a consistent pattern that's been developed where it hasn't been approved. I did have a question about the kind of the community spaces, and I like Mr. Wolanski hearing that it could be used for theater, could be used for potentially library, and I don't really understand the design of the building at this point, obviously. So it's hard to kind of say, but my worry a little bit is we have a reasonable amount of community space at BPAC, as you showed us a picture tonight, and I just don't understand the occupancy rate of those rooms. My sense is that they're not overly used and there's quite a bit of open space and vacancy there. And I understand that these ones may be used for specific events with, hockey and ringette and graduations and theater and all those things. But I'd be interested in kind of getting a sense of the occupancy for BPAC, because if we're going to talk about other classes that may not be attached to specific amenities that our civic center will have, there already probably is some open space, and hotels often have rooms that are available. And so I don't know if any of that space can be flex used for any of the other partnerships that we have, whether it's the Saints or Allied Arts or theater or library, but I do wonder about the use of that space. Can you comment on that or how you perceive that?
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Oldham. So on the BPAC space, it was starting to hit its stride prior to COVID, of course, and we were seeing some some increases there. So what happens after? We do have some users that were using it, as we know, that might have a different partnership on a different floor of that facility, and moving forward. So it is certainly and as well as our FCSS has kind of moved away from maybe direct program or more partnerships. That has increased a little bit. So we've utilized it more for city use. However, not at the expense of the operating on that building. If you recall, the very original numbers on that building called for a deficit of roughly around 150,000. And with the new kind of partnerships that we're looking at, it'll be break even, if not, in the black. So certainly we have to look at, the future uses of that. I would say that the uses of those rooms weren't as, there wasn't as strong as uptick as we originally had in the plan, but some of the other things were more than making up for it. So we certainly have to look at how that space can be utilized better, regardless of whether we, move forward with this or not. So it is a point that we've already have on our radar post-COVID.
Great, thank you. This question might be better directed to Mr. Skrepnik. Compared to our July 2020 and public engagement financing numbers, we're now proposing to use roughly $18.5 million of MSI instead of $23.5 million of MSI. I'm curious as what the plan might be for that other $5 million of MSI and the impact if we, on that kind of tax equivalency, if we use that $5 million that we've taken out of MSI, it would offset some of that tax equivalency. But I trust that there's a plan behind that, and that you have a well thought out plan for that $5 million in MSI that's kind of been stockpiled over a number of years for this project.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Oldham. For sure. I mean, I think the difference this time versus say in July of 2020, we did a tremendous amount of work on really refining our 10-year capital plan, and it has required us to pivot a bit on some of our grant allocations to other critical needs from a capital point of view within the city. What I can share with you is that there has been some recent announcements, for example, by the federal government, where they are looking to double the federal gas tax. I've already asked Ms. Frostad to go back in and reevaluate how we might be able to further utilize a doubling of federal gas tax money to allocate to those type of projects that then would free up MSI that could be further allocated to this project. So, I think, as we said earlier, this is really just a proxy for the community to kind of understand kind of equivalency of what tax could look like. I am really optimistic that that number is going to come way down, whether that be through reallocation of grants, whether that be through partnerships with our stakeholders, whether that be regional contributions. But yeah, it is a really good question. And what I would say is that will be part of our presentation this fall for that sort of go, no go. We will be able to refine that number within a higher degree of precision.
That's great. And I think it's really important that $5 million is part of our story. And you don't have to bring the slide back up, but we took that kind of tax equivalency from a higher number to a more manageable number, at least as a starting point. And we freed up $5 million from MSI within that as well. So the real number that we brought this down to this point, you and staff and Mr. Wolanski and everyone have brought it down to this point, is more significant than that. Is that fair to say?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Oldham, for sure. We've been able to not only look at opportunities to see efficiencies in capital for this new concept tonight, but it has actually created opportunities for us to address other pressures. And again, those will become much more clear to the community once we bring our capital plan and our corporate plan to council this fall.
Great. Two more questions, I think. One being, if assuming that this goes forward tonight, sounds like it will have my support. And we get to later in the fall, and for whatever reason it doesn't go through, what's the risk to the city in terms of design costs, land acquisition? What are we going to do kind of if we get to that point? And this council, by the sounds of the timeline, won't, or likely might not be the entire council that makes this decision. So I'm just wondering about that risk that I get it's a minor risk, but what are we kind of putting out there between now and November?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Oldham. So, obviously we will need to expend some funds on preliminary design. I think for us to get really precise for a future council decision, we will need to expend some money, and that's a normal occurrence in these type of investments. In terms of land assembly, I think the risk is quite small because the lands can always be repurposed, resold, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in camera. But I think with the exception of having to spend some money on preliminary design, that would be really the risk. And again, it's not unusual for municipalities to have to expend a little bit of money even when a decision is made not to proceed, because you really need to have that intelligence to have absolute certainty in terms of costs and then how you finance it. So
my understanding is that we have money earmarked within our 10-year capital plan for other significant capital projects for our regional partners that maybe Stony Plain will take on or Parkland County might take on. My thought was $6 million. Can you correct me on that if I'm wrong, or if you happen to know off the top of your head money that we have for other communities' capital projects in recreation or otherwise?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Oldham, I'll ask Ms. Frostad to comment. I want to say that there is capacity within our 10-year capital plan, which is why we will need to come back to council with respect to, for example, the estimated savings in that cultural estimate in our plan. I think we do need to come back with some more information relative to some of the federal government decisions around doubling of federal tax grants. So when we bring this back to council as part of the normal corporate planning process, we'll be better informed with respect to a decision that the town, I believe, is looking at tonight, and be able to refine some of those numbers to ensure. I'm confident that our plan can accommodate the number, but I don't believe it does right now, but I stand to be corrected.
Sounds good. Ms. Frostad.
Excuse me, Ms.
Sorry, I'm sorry. My mute button is not working this evening. I would agree with Mr. Skrupnik that there is no specific earmarking in both the fiscal plan recently done and our contemplation going forward. However, I believe in the past we have always considered the cultural spaces number as one that could also include a regional piece, but for now we would have to do the go forward analysis that he referred to.
Great, thank you. And my last question is, would it be fair to say that the financial picture painted tonight, although much improved from previous iterations of this project, is kind of our new worst case scenario? As I listen to the possibilities and kind of the very conservative numbers that have been put out there and the potential partnerships and the various aspects, that what's been presented tonight is likely, and I know it's impossible to say for sure, but we're hoping to improve upon this moving forward.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Oldham, that's absolutely correct, which is why we wanted to show it as sort of a tax equivalency. You know, I think council will have some great opportunities to repurpose previously dedicated tax room with respect to some debentures that are coming off of our books. I think I'm optimistic that we will see some type of contributions outside of simply just the taxpayers within the community. There's an opportunity for us to dig in deeper on our grants and come back with some creative and innovative ways to leverage those. So I would say, you know, with only a tiny caveat of assuming that we've got the capital estimate right, but let's assume we have the capital estimates right, and we're just talking about worst case scenario with respect to the impact from a tax equivalency perspective. Absolutely, I have no doubt that that number will come down.
Great. Those are all my questions tonight. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Oldham. I'm going to go to Councillor Stevenson.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation this evening. If anyone's watching, I'm sure they're thinking, oh, you guys are like crazy positive about this, but I think it's been 3.5 years of us really, for this council, it's been longer for many people, but 3.5 years of us really taking a critical look at what has been presented to date. And I think this is just an accumulation of those of you on the other side, really listening to the concerns that not only council was saying, but what council was hearing from our residents. And that shows with a lot of the information that we've received to date in terms of like the consultation and the feedback that we've received. So kudos to you this evening for us to be here and for all of us to be so positive and I think excited. And I think we need something a little exciting after the year we've had and that we're still going through. And as Councillor Acker mentioned, you know, the timing is unusual for some people because we're in the midst of it, but hopefully we're on the other side of COVID when this comes to fruition. I think it's going to be a very exciting and just an exceptional building to bring here. So the one thing I wanted to confirm though is, so tonight we're not approving go, no go. That's in the fall. Is that happening prior to the election or after the election?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Stevenson, there is quite a bit of work that we have to do to nail this down. We need to, assuming we get a agreement on our recommendation tonight, we need to go out and tender for that preliminary design work. That will take some time. I don't see us being able to bring forward the final decision prior to the election. So yeah, at this point, my best estimate is that it would be probably, sometime in November.
Okay, so definitely post-election.
If I could add to it, just, something we would love ideally at that corporate plan approval time frame, so that we have an idea of actually you can put in the budget for what the potential capital cost would be and the budget would be.
Right, fair enough. And I guess this leads into my next comment or question is, I know for the longest time we were trying to avoid this being an election issue, but it's obviously being set up potentially to be an election issue simply because of just the timing. So it comes down to communication. And one thing I often find, even talking with people earlier today, is that it's often hard to find information all in one spot. So for example, when you're presenting, you'll often refer to a different, like the public consultations or the recreation strategy that we had. And so unless you're willing to spend quite a bit of time reading reports or finding your way around the website, we don't have a very simple and very clear way that people, if they want to go and educate themselves, can go and actually have their answers or their questions answered as they go through the presentation. So I would just really encourage that, because I think we already know that this is going to be, I don't think it's going to be polarizing. I think people will have questions to say, like, for example, is the ice really needed? Or is this the silver bullet? Like, is this replacing the Horizon stage? So I think there's lots of ways, and I really hope that we do put an emphasis on this, because it is the biggest capital infrastructure project we've ever had. And so I would like to get this right this year, not for just for this council, but for potential other candidates to be able to educate themselves as well. Because the last thing you want to have as a candidate, a new candidate, is to be called out on misinformation. So I really just hope that we have an opportunity there to do that. I'll stop talking because Mr. Skrupnik obviously has.
Yeah. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Stevenson, for sure. I mean, tonight's presentation was really intended to sort of weave multiple years of narrative together so that we could create sort of that continuity of the discussion that's been occurring for some time. Assuming a decision tonight to proceed, we've already started working very closely with our communications director to really try to now look at this from a go forward perspective. And like, this is now the plan. This is now the information that the community will need to really digest as we move forward. And it'll probably be the last time that we really sort of reference concepts that were contemplated, but we thought it was really important tonight to sort of weave that narrative together so that we could create some continuity in the discussions that have been taking place for quite some time.
Great. No, and I appreciate that. And especially for a lot of groups, there are a lot of groups out there that have many, many questions. And I know a couple of them, even through our City Center Business Association, were asking. So this is great. But I'm really excited that it's a civic center, because there's a lot of intersectionality. We're going to start to introduce people to different opportunities within the city that maybe they've never been exposed to, whether it's the, understanding that the Saints play and that there's actually comfortable seats and, it's high level, really exciting hockey, or that we have, a library that offers more than just reading. Like, I think a lot of people, they haven't been in a library lately, don't understand even what that has to offer. And I think this offers a lot of cross purposes, and we'll see that with the Black Box Theater as well. We might call it a Black Box Theater, but I really do see it as an opportunity for community conversations to happen. Maybe one day I'll get married, who knows? But there's lots of opportunities to have those types of small events, the Parkland Poet Society, author readings. There's just lots of opportunities there. That's the one question I had, though, is what's the height? Do we know, when it comes to a Black Box Theater, is it high?
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Stevenson. So I don't know the exact height specifications, but again, it's design dependent. It would be dependent on how many seats. If you think about how many seats would go back, so smaller places that would have, maybe they can range from 100 seats or 80. I've seen black box theaters have 80 and they're really concise, up to, like I said, 300, 350. So it would depend on that in terms of height, where you want to put your sound booth, and you make sure it's there, because you don't want your sound booth on the floor, as an example, right? So that would be design dependent.
Okay. And I guess the reason I asked that is, because there's lots of discussion, like, unfortunately, we are tying it to the possibility that we lose the Horizon stage down the line. So we have people like in the dance community, for example, who are asking, would the black box theater suffice for that, or a cheerleading competition? Or are we still expecting that there's those types of events can be put on in the arena, for example, like, or the multi-purpose room? So I'm just trying to get a sense of, do we have, like, obviously we have limitations, right? We can't have like a big monster truck show come through, but in terms of a lot of the community needs of putting on, like you said, convocation or dance competitions or something like that, is that still available with the height of either the black box theater or the arena itself?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Stevenson. So again, event dependent, but yes, the facility itself, I don't know necessarily where, will have the opportunity to provide more of those community use. And, I would say that the cheer competitions and some of those things would be more, obviously in the arena component of the facility. Graduations would be more there. And so, yeah, the main thing around the height is really about the rigging and the significant sound kind of quality that you need for those kind of larger, huge sound appropriate or sound priority concerts. So it's just those kinds of things. But yeah, cheer competitions, graduation, the height, doesn't have fly space, as an example. So you won't be necessarily flying in Peter Pan and, in the black box theater and some of those shows that I've done. But that's some of the limitations of the black box. But yeah, certainly other things like cheer competitions would certainly be able to happen in the facility. I don't know which exact place, but in the facility.
Right. And so again, it's this idea that this isn't the silver bullet. This isn't going to solve all of Spruce Grove's idea, or not ideas, but like their needs. But one of the things we've heard about the Tri-Leisure is that as soon as it was built, it was underbuilt. And I think originally they had plans, or they had the ability to expand it or do another phase, but that didn't happen because of whatever. And I know we're talking about land assembly, but is it possible that there could be an expansion to this site, not necessarily onto the building, but to the site, if other opportunities, like Councillor McKenzie talked about, squash courts and all that? Well, maybe we can't do it with this build, but maybe in the future. So are we taking into consideration future expansion opportunities potentially?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Stevenson, absolutely. We'll talk about that in more detail with our in-camera item, but there's absolutely opportunity for continued civic investment, creative partnerships. Assembling land is a strategic consideration for council that goes beyond just simply the land required for park and ride and civic center. So, we are looking at, a fairly strategic view in terms of the land assembly.
Great.
I would also add, sorry, Councillor Stevenson, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's one of the other advantages of a pre-engineered building, is that it's easier to add on than maybe a traditional without significant capital costs of breaking down walls and things like that, and foundations and stuff. So.
Right. No, and that makes perfect sense. And, I guess, okay, so I thought I was going to end, but I have one more question. So when we're putting this together, when like we say go ahead, I'm in supportive of this. Let's say it comes significantly under, or like, let's say it's a couple million cheaper. Are we bringing the cost down then, or is there a possibility of saying, well, for this amount, then we can maybe build a better lobby area, or we could put in a coffee shop next to the library so that we can pull people in. So are we aiming for no more than this and build as much as you can, or is it, this is what we want and try and get the best price for that and that's it?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Stevenson. You know, these would be items that we will have a better sense of when we do the preliminary design work and try to hone in on those costs of constructions. And I think, you know, options for consideration will be presented to council then. I think it's all the above. I think, you know, obviously the more we can reduce our costs, the less debenture borrowing may be ultimately required. If council wants to reinvest those savings into further enhancements with the civic facility, we could certainly look at options, and it would be a decision point then for council.
Okay, great. And I guess just my last comment, just in terms of regional partnerships and stuff, I choose to be really optimistic about our partners. I think we had a great meeting with Stony Plain and the County of Parkland, and understanding that our needs don't end at each other's borders, they cross each other's borders. And I think, you know, having the right conversations and those people at the table with the right attitude saying, you know, we can't ignore the needs of the region. We can't ignore that, you know, Parkland residents use Spruce Grove amenities and Spruce Grove residents use Stony Plain amenities. And I think there is that opportunity to partner. So I'm very confident and hopeful that, you know, they do see this as a regional infrastructure project, and they do commit to it. And, you know, Councillor Oldham already asked about, you know, us being able to contribute to Stony Plain's plans. And I think they're very complementary. So I really hope that we continue to have those conversations, because I think it's really exciting for not just us, but for the region, and how we can build up the region. And that, you know, there is a lot of economic activity that goes around with this. And, you know, I think it was pointed out that we haven't built anything since 2001 in Spruce Grove, but our population has more than doubled since that build. So it just gives you a sense of what's possible. And I think we've used that, the art of the possible, before, that people want to be in a community where they have those amenities. That's one of the first things you look for, is those types of amenities and our trail system and all that. So I'm very, very excited that we have that regional opportunity, and looking forward to those further conversations. So just again, thank you tonight. I'm very excited. It's been a long haul, clearly not over. But I think we're one step closer, and just thank you again for listening to council and listening to the community and really addressing the needs that we're hearing from them. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson, and for the feedback and the comments and questions. I think that pretty much concludes feedback from council. But I wanted to just start to close the conversation off a little bit by saying that, you know what, I have to say, you know, the process that we've been through, the number of iterations we've looked at, the number of analysis that we've done, the number of reports from consultants, and it's extensive, like the amount of work that's gone into this. And I'm going to go back, it's been going on, the actual conversation, six to 7 years in regards to this conversation. And I have to say, the new approach and the recognition of the financial realities of what we can achieve by adding another number of amenities is really exciting, you know, for the community, I think. And I think the best part about this is you know, this council and this administration has listened to the feedback on the communities. I know the initial concept one was the $79 million one, and a lot of people believed it, and many on council as well, that the cost was too expensive, and we heard that from the community. We tapered it down. We've tapered it down again, you know, to what we've gotten to, what I think is a great fit for the community. The one thing that we don't want to lose sight on is the opportunity for the city to further improve our position. And that position can be improved by this facility being an anchor tenant in an area of economic development opportunity. And the more economic development opportunity we have in and around this facility will only add to our improved financial situation, because I believe there's another $5 million in land sales over there in that area. I think there's another 39 acres of land. I know we're going to be talking about the land this evening, but you know, the opportunity for us to move the yardsticks forward on the land and drive economic development to create a destination in Spruce Grove. I remember when Robert Cotterill first came here, he drove in on Yellowhead Highway and he said, you know what, you guys really don't have much of a presence on the highway. And this might be able to achieve some of that. But I think the preliminary design, I think we've all talked about how exciting a black box theater can be. But I also like the part where you can roll the seats back and you can have all kinds of space. You can use it for a reception area for a major tournament. You can have a major Chamber of Commerce wine and cheese event there. There's all kinds of opportunities. And I think when I appreciate the fact that we were doing this before we knew anything about the Horizon Stage. Like, we were adding this other cultural space before the Horizon Stage conversation started. And as Mr. Wolanski said, I don't believe the Horizon Stage will be going anywhere in the very near future, and we're going to continue to support those cultural amenities. I think I could say the very best thing that this city has done and does well is create partnerships. And this is an opportunity for us to do just that. I think there's no question our regional partners recognize, and I'm optimistic, like many are too, that our regional partners are going to say, you know what, this meets the regional needs. This meets the studies we've done since 2009 on this kind of thing. And our regional partners have a vested interest in seeing this for their residents. And the best part about it is the city of Spruce Grove has never been afraid to take the lead on some of that. I'm really happy with a lot of the conversations and questions in regards to how it affects our debt policy, that we won't exceed our internal debt policy. I think that was an important consideration for many of us. But I think one of the things we talked about in regards to this number they were using is that this is not contemplating, this is a contemplation of the general costs, but the contemplation is that we can do a lot better on that, and I believe we can. And I'm very confident in the partnership conversations we've had with our friends with the Spruce Grove Saints. I'm confident with the same conversations we had with our regional partners in Stony Plain and Parkland County. They see this as a significant amenity. I also would say that it takes a bit of bold leadership to move forward on something like this. But the part about what we're doing is we're working through another step in the process. And the step in the process is not committing us to a significant risk, but it's looking at sitting down and doing the preliminary work and getting our administration to do a lot deeper dive so we get a lot better cost association with what this facility we can achieve with the facility. I like the questions on the land. The land question is coming up, and there will be room for expansion down the road. And as Mr. Skripnik made it kind of with a twinkle in his eye, said there's an opportunity for us to expand, but there's also an opportunity for us to make a creative partnership and have somebody else build something in the city for Spruce Grove. But if we acquire some land with that, that's for a later discussion, however, but at the same token, it's an exciting project. I see this as being one of the key turning points in the future of Spruce Grove. I really do. I think when the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Center was built in our community by our regional partners, I think that really turned the growth in Spruce Grove. And our growth is the reason for our growth is because people are attracted to our community for the many things we offer. And I think it relates to the councils before us and the councils that are at the table today. I can say this without a doubt, and it didn't matter when we did the Fuhrer Sports Park or the Border Paving Athletic Center. We directed our administration to go out and do the work, and they came back with an incredible plan. I mean, Fuhrer Sports Park, they ended up getting 50 cent dollars. They got half the thing was paid for in grants. Border Paving has been a tremendous facility that is going to be, as Mr. Wolanski said, you know, a gem in our community because it's not creating a lot of cost to operate it, but it benefits a lot of people. And the vision that we have for our city and the region is a great one. And I'm going to quit talking to say that I'm very supportive of this, as you know, but I'm very supportive in getting everybody here, anyone that's listening in the community and on council and administration, to continue to do the work together to dream about what we can achieve. And that work starts, you know, tomorrow. It's already started actually, because we've done a lot of preliminary work on it. But I think the messaging, and council has made very clear about the importance of the messaging. This isn't tied to a tax number because that hasn't been determined. And I don't want anybody saying we're going to be raising taxes by X number of percent, because we're going to do a really good job on bringing the tax impact down to this facility for operating and for getting contributions and creating those partnerships. But we can't all do it alone. We all have to work together on it. So I'm encouraging everybody to continue the conversation with our regional partners, with those in the community that have a vision for building something or something else, and or the work that we can do together to get this over the hurdle. Anyway, I'm going to end with that and say thank you to administration, Mr. Skrepnik. The leadership that you've provided, along with Mr. Wolanski, and all the work has been remarkable. I must say, we've been working on this for years, and we seem to have landed on something that's probably very achievable for this community if we work together. So with that, I'm going to go back to my council colleagues, and I'm going to go to the 11B. And I'll start off very first of all with the first motion. I would ask for one of my council colleagues to who would like to make the motion to receive for information. Councillor Grilke, go ahead on the first motion.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that the Arena Project report be received for information.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a report. I'll accept that from Councillor Grilke to be received for information. And I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. And for the next motion, Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make that motion, but before I do, I actually, I'd forgotten one question because I was focused more on the presentation. And I guess one of my concerns with this motion is we don't have a specific dollar amount or a budget line item. And in the presentation, it speaks to design as being 3 million. And Councillor Oldham, you know, talked and asked about the risk of what we're voting on tonight. And I guess my only concern is, you know, and I understand that it is a low risk, and the 3 million that is presented in the presentation includes the design on the construction and right to the end. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Skrepnik, if you could just expand a little bit more. I understand that there is minimal risk, but should we not have some sort of a dollar line or an amount that we're approving for right now with this design component?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor McKenzie. So we do have an approved budget. We have, I believe the number is $4 million in our 2021 capital plan. And although the report speaks to 3 million for design, what we're asking for is permission to proceed with preliminary design. And we think that number is, and I'll ask Mr. Wolanski to elaborate, but you know, somewhere in that 800,000 range. So between the budget that's been approved by council, we feel we have enough budget to proceed with preliminary design and land assembly.
Perfect, and that's what I was hoping, and I kind of assumed the number was around under the million. So on that note, I'll make the motion that council direct administration to move forward with preliminary design of the Civic Center as presented in the report.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie, for the motion. Any questions or comments in regards to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried unanimously. And I just want to say to everybody, on that vote. I think it's significant for the city to direct our administration to this, and looking forward to some more hard work and some good conversations, and I appreciate all the feedback from council. Very much appreciated. It's been a long road, and it's just another step in the process, but it's an important step that we need to take first. Okay, thank you very much. I just had a feeling of wellness come over me for some reason. After a lot of years of hard work, we should all feel good about that one. Okay, before we go into our closed session, I would like to see if Councillor Roth would make a motion to extend the meeting past the 11 o'clock if we need it. I think this is an appropriate time to do that before I go into closed session.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor. I don't know how long we're anticipating we'll be in closed session, but it seems likely that we'll go beyond 11 o'clock. So I'll make a motion that we extend our meeting beyond 11 p.m.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. I knew you would be happy to do that. With that, we have a closed session item. We have two closed session items coming up, and then some potential decisions coming out of that. So with that, I'll call the question on the motion to extend this meeting past 11 p.m. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, I would like to now ask for a motion, please. Go into closed session. Councillor Stevenson.
You almost got it right the first time.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, that's right. Let's combine them all together. I'll make the motion that council go into closed session under Section 25 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act regarding disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. Closed session. I will call the question on the motion to go into closed session. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, good evening, everyone, again, and welcome back. We are back to our open session at Spruce Grove City Council. We had some very important discussions to have in camera. We have some information and requests for decision coming out of those discussions. And if you look at the request for decision under our item called land purchase title, could I get, there's two motions. Could I first get the first motion, please? Who would like to make that? Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd move that the city enter into negotiations to purchase 8.5 acres of service land within the West Wind development to accommodate the proposed Civic Center project, the park and ride transit station, and other possible uses subject to reaching suitable terms and conditions as set out in the council briefing report.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. In regards to that motion, are there any questions or comments in regards to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Councillor Oldham, could you make the second one, please? You had your hand up.
Mr. Mayor, I move that a budget of $847,500 be approved for future land acquisition with funding to come from accumulated surplus based on proceeds from previous land sales.
Okay, thank you very much. In regards to that motion, are there any questions or comments in regards to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. All right, let's go over to our second item, business arising from the closed session. I'll go to Councillor McKenzie if she would please make that motion as she's the representative on that board.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to make the motion that the City of Spruce Grove Council accept the Meridian Housing Foundation information as presented and approve Meridian Housing Foundation for borrowing up to 2.1 million over 20 years in support of office space purchase in the town of Stony Plain located at 4900, 4904, and 4908 53rd Avenue, Stony Plain.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie, for that motion. Appreciate it. Any questions or comments in regards to the motion supporting the Meridian Foundation? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, now what? I think that's a wrap. I think we have one more motion for this evening. Anyway, great evening, everyone. I'm just going to, just before we sign off, I just want to thank everybody for the conversations this evening. Important work for the city. A lot of work behind the scenes have gone into some of these discussions and decisions by the city. Appreciate everybody's feedback and work on this. Moving forward, I'll entertain moving forward to conclude the evening. I'll ask for one more motion for the evening. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I guess my fancy hand wave was me volunteering for a motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a motion by Councillor Stevenson to adjourn. Thank you very much for the evening, everyone. I'll call the question on the motion to adjourn. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Good night, everyone. Take care. Stay safe.